Okay, members, very sorry for the delay there. We're having some technical problems. I'm now hosting this meeting on my iPad, so I hope you can all see me okay. We're working to resolve them, so we'll try and get the special council meeting out of the road first, members, and then we will take a small break to see if we can get this technical problem rectified. Okay. So this is just on Zoom at the minute, folks, so hopefully you can all hear me. If you can't, please put a message into the chat, and hopefully Roger will pick it up. So we have started the live feed, and I'm going to ask for apologies. Is there any apologies from the floor? Anybody at home? I'm taking the silence to mean there's no apologies from the floor. Any declarations of interest, members? Okay, none there. Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item 3, and there's 2 decisions that have been made tonight, and Roger's going to take us through both items. The first item is 3.1, and that's the estimates for 2021-22. So Roger, over to you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Members, the purpose of tonight's meeting is to strike the rate for the financial year 2021 to 2022. And in accordance with the regulations which have been amended this year, the rate must be struck by the 1st of March. Members will be aware that the process this year commenced in September, and there has been a series of meetings both with members and internally between the various directorates and departments. This year we faced a significant number of pressures, particularly with regard to income from customer-facing services as a result of COVID-19 and the associated lockdown. In addition, the Council has had to take into account unavoidable corporate pressures such as pay rises, pension increases, inflationary pressures on goods and services, and costs to fund transformation and change within the organisation. Members and officers have worked very hard to arrive at a proposed rate increase that is a balance between minimising the burden on the ratepayers and continuing to support frontline services, supporting the economy and local towns and villages, and creating space for future investment within the borough. It expresses the Council's commitment to supporting recovery and growth across the borough, not just next year, but in the years to come. 2021-22 is expected to be another difficult year financially, with restrictions expected to continue for some time yet to come, facilities being closed and the associated reduction in income. It is important, therefore, that budgets are carefully managed to help minimise the Council being exposed to unnecessary financial risks. As the Chief Executive and the Accounting Officer under the Local Government Finance Act, I am required to be satisfied that the estimates presented should provide adequate financial resources to support the running costs of the organisation for the 21-22 year, to provide assurance to members on the robustness of the revenue estimates and the adequacy of the Council's reserves position as part of the rate setting process. I would like to place on record my sincere thanks to the Estimates and Efficiencies Working Group, to party leaders, to the Governance, Resources and Strategy Committee, and to all elected members across all of the political parties for their engagement, scrutiny, advice and support during this estimates process. I think everyone will agree that there has been an open and honest conversation, and these have helped enormously in getting us to the point where all parties can support the proposed rates increase for this year. There's a considerable amount of work that goes into the process, and a wide range of officers are involved at all levels in the organisation. I would also like to place on record my thanks to those staff across the organisation for their work, and in particular my colleagues in the management team, the heads of department, and especially Dominic and his finance team who have been exceptional this year. The rate before members tonight is a recommendation from the Special Governance Committee last week, a unanimous decision which equates to an increase of 1.99%. This is deemed, Lord Mayor, a balanced and prudent rate rise in the current climate.
Thank you very much, Roger. Members, with a recommendation before us, if there are any questions, we'll take them now, but if I haven't any questions, I'll go straight to seeking a proposer. Now, I can't see many people's hands up because I'm using my iPad, members, so Councillor Michael, I can see you have your hand raised.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. And I'd like to thank all the officers, particularly Dominic and his team, for getting us to this figure in such a difficult year. And I'm more than happy to propose a recommendation, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mackle. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Baxter, thank you. Is the seconder there, and Councillor Baxter, members? Okay, we'll move on. I can't see any questions, members. There's no hands up. So we're going to move on to 3.2, and Roger's going to take us through this as well.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And a secondary item in relation to striking the rate is that members also need to agree the Treasury Management Statement, the MRP policy, and the Council's prudential indicators for the incoming financial year. And Lord Mayor, those documents have been circulated with the papers, and it's recommended that Council adopt and agree those documents as well. Lord Mayor, thank you.
Thank you very much, Roger. Members, if there's no questions, I'll seek a proposer and seconder. Alderman Spears.
I propose accordingly, and in so doing, I would like to put on record my own grouping, our party's gratitude to the Chief Executive and the staff that have been working with him, indeed all councillors working through this, and particularly the Finance Department in what is no doubt a very, very difficult time for anyone's finances or finances right across the board. But indeed, I would want to put on record our thanks as a group to the work that has taken place to end up at a better place. It's not the ideal place, but it's at a better place than we thought of earlier on in this process, and our best thanks is due to them. And then I would propose the adoption of that management report.
Thank you very much, Alderman Spears. And Councillor Baxter, you're looking in next.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, happy to second it, and I concur fully with the remarks from Alderman Spears. It's a huge amount of work, and I think whenever you see these figures in the local press and was talked about in the community, I don't think people see the work that goes on in the background. There's been a huge job of work, particularly Dominic and his team and the Chief Executive and his team, and with the estimates working group as well. There's been months and months to get it down to this. I think at the start, it was really very aspirational to think we'd ever get it below 2%. So, yeah, it's a huge effort. Well done to all, and I'm happy to second the proposal we adopt. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Baxter. Members, we've got a proposer and a seconder for that. Are we all content? Dominic, you're looking in.
Very briefly, Chair, if you just indulge me for a second, I just want to say a quick thank you to members for their engagement throughout this process. Your input, your guidance has been invaluable and really insightful. And I'd also just like to say thanks to Roger for his leadership and advice throughout this process, and helping us to navigate these fairly choppy waters that COVID has created for us all. And equally, just a quick word of thanks to the strategic directors, not least Sean McNichol, again for her guidance and help throughout this, and to the other strategic directors and heads for all their contribution. And last but not least, a big thank you to the finance team led by Liam McStravick for the dedication and great work to get us to the point where we can strike a prudent and balanced rate. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much, Dominic. And you sort of stole my thunder there because you thanked everybody I was going to, so I'll not repeat that just for the record. But a big thank you to everybody all involved in the whole process. And as Councillor Baxter said, you know, to get where we are, where we're from last year has been a phenomenal achievement. So, members, I'm going to bring this meeting to a conclusion. I will try and sort these IT problems out because I don't think we want to conduct a full council meeting this method. So if I beg your indulgence for a few minutes, we'll try and get this sorted. Okay, members? Thanks very much. Okay, members, welcome along to the February full council meeting. Apologies for our slight technical problems, but Con and Nigel were able to sort them out, and we're now back to the system that we used last month with great success. So if there's any issues at all with people here and things like that, there are put a message in the chat and we'll try and get it resolved. Okay, members, I'm not sure if opening announcements have been circulated yet, but what I wanted to bring to your attention was at the weekend, the tragic passing of Dean Wright from Ballylisk. I know some members had contacted Roger himself looking to speak on the matter, and we'll do that. Just on behalf of the council, I'd like to offer my condolences to the family and friends of Dean. Speaking to some officers this morning, they had a very close working relationship with them in terms of the food heartland, and even during the summer, some members of staff were saying that he had delivered them up to them and he had a bit of crack with them on the doorstep and enjoyed the company. So I do know some members have indicated they wish to speak. I do know that the Deputy Lord Mayor had contacted me first. So Councillor Savage, I'm going to bring you in first.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And it is with great sadness that we're talking about this tonight. So it is, and I know we're all got it. We're devastated that the news we heard on Saturday morning. But that's nothing compared to what the family's gone through. I spoke with the family yesterday and expressed our sympathies to them. And, you know, they, as I say, they're just devastated to the whole wide family, his mum and dad, his brothers and his nephews and that, and his daughters, you know, and it is devastating news for them. It's a big shock to them. It's a big shock to the wider community and all, and also to the staff within Ballylisk. So I've got to know Dean over his last number of years, and I've always found him to be a passionate, a visionary for the local food industry, someone who cared, someone who took the time. He rang me at the first lockdown and said he had a cheese order that was cancelled. Could I help him get it out to some of the food banks? And via Wings and Jamore happily assisted in that. And I suppose that's the mark of the character of man he was. He also, before Christmas time there, I got the food hampers, as you know, Lord Mayor, often to distribute out to community groups and that. And passionate about the local food. It had to be local food, and that's what I and me were talking about, and about promoting the local food as much as possible. You know, and Dean, there's a young guy setting up in business at the early stages, and I was talking to Dean about it, and I says, would you have a word with him? And straight away he says, not a problem. And the two of them built up a rapport, a working rapport, and Dean helped that young guy get set up and his business established. And again, taking time out of his busy schedule to be supportive and help others. And I think that's the message. Not only have I lost a friend, or we all have lost a friend, but we have lost a great ambassador to the local food industry and to our food heartland. And that is something that we can never forget. I think the message coming out of this is supportive. And if we as a council are as supportive to our community as what Dean was to his friends and business, then we will have achieved something and leaving a legacy for Dean to move forward. But thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Savage. I'm going to bring in next Councillor McClellan.
Yes, Lord Mayor, thank you for letting me in on this. And I would want to start by saying on behalf of our group, can I extend our deepest sympathies to the Wright family, to the Wright family on the terrible loss of Dean. You know, Lord Mayor, as the news, as this terrible news started to emerge on Saturday morning, it was very hard to take in. You wondered, is it really true? You wondered all of those thoughts. And if we at a distance are thinking that, what must it not be like for his dear family? And I think certainly as as a family, speaking personally, we have known the rights for several generations, maybe extending to up to maybe 70 years, primarily through Mullavilly Parish Church. And I think it's that more than lifetime of knowing the family that makes this terrible tragedy all the harder to take in. And Lord Mayor, I would just like to finish by assuring the family from the councillors within our group of our prayerful support and help in the days ahead. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor MacLeod. Councillor Barry, you're looking to speak next.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I would just like to concur with the comments that have already been made. The pleasure, like our other colleagues, of knowing Dean well, but also knowing Jim and Georgia well, and obviously our deepest sympathy goes out to them. Dean was one hard-working lad who, as our Deputy Lord Mayor has said, was always there to help, even before setting up his business. And his homestead is actually just a couple of miles from where I'm living. So in the village of Mullavilly and Laurel Vale, you would have regular seen Dean going up the road to the field in his quad, looking at the livestock and checking out the livestock. If it wasn't Dean, it was his father, Jim. And sadly, when I heard on Saturday of this, the dreadful passing of Dean, I just couldn't believe it. And our heart and our prayerful thoughts go out to Jim and Georgia, to Dean's children, and indeed the wider family circle, because they're a family that are deeply respected. Yes, in the Laurel Vale, Mullavilly area, but right across the county and indeed across Northern Ireland. And I think with Dean's successful business and the people that he approached and the people and the lives that he touched, because it was just on Saturday when I spoke to another farmer, he said, Paul, it wasn't that long ago that he helped me out of a tight spot, calving a couple of cows. And that was the type of Dean. Nothing was too big, nothing was too small. He was never off the bat. He was never off the road. And obviously, this community in Laurel Vale and Mullavilly are deeply shocked because of the close connection that they had to the area. So like other colleagues, our deepest sympathy to them and our sincere thoughts and prayers at this terrible time, because there'll be even tougher days ahead. And obviously our thoughts go out to them.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barry. I'm going to bring in Alderman Spears next.
Lord Mayor, first of all, may I want to be associated with all the remarks that have been said about Dean and indeed the Wright family. I know Dean from he was a lad. I know his mother and father, Jim and Georgie, very well. Indeed, I have visited in their house. I know them very well and known them for many, many years. Indeed, Councillor McClellan spoke about 70 years. Well, I can go back nearly that far myself in terms of knowing Jim Wright and his late father and mother from Unchna. They used to be in Armagh and many times in the cattle market, and I was a young lad and I got to know the family very well, and I got to know Dean and would have seen him in various places in the sheep market and other places over the years. He developed as a real entrepreneur. We all talk about diversification in farming, but Dean certainly diversified, but he diversified in a way that added tremendous added value to a product. It's just impossible to find words to extend how one would feel in relation to such a tragic death of a young man that had, as it were, all going for him. And he had certainly excelled in his activity as a farmer and indeed as an entrepreneur. And I, on behalf of the Ulster Unionist grouping, extend our sympathy, our prayerful support to the family, to the wider family servant, to his mum and dad, to his 2 children, to the wider family, brothers, and indeed the wider community and the wider family. Georgie was from a large family, the Hamiltons, and I know them all. And again, I extend to right across that scene and to the Watsons on Jim's side, to that group of families connected with the rights. I certainly don't find words adequate to describe how that family would feel at this particular time, but I certainly extend on our behalf our deepest prayerful support and sympathy to that family and all those that have been shocked, traumatized, and indeed in such a horrific, horrible way. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, all speakers. Alderman Wilson, you're next, but is it on a different matter? I'll bring in Councillor McNeil and then thank you, Alderman Wilson. I'll bring in Councillor McNeil.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes. Can you hear me all right? Okay.
Yeah, yes.
I just want to say on behalf of our party here, I wish to convey our condolences to the Wright family. I want to concur with everything that has been said previous to my own few words here. Dane was a humble man. I met him a couple of times and he was a great man for giving advice to all. He'll be sorely missed by all in the community and all that knew him. And we just want to convey our condolences to his family. And as I said, it's a tough time for everyone. But as I said, just to thank all that he done for the LBC Council, and he just like putting Ballylisk on the map. So as I said, our thoughts are with his family and all belong to him. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor McNeil. We'll bring in Councillor Mackel next.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and just to express our party's condolences to Dean and all the family and friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mackel. Okay, members, thank you very much for your tributes to Dean there. Councillor Pope, is that somebody who's just raised your hand?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. It was just on behalf of our group to offer our sincere condolences to Dean Wright's family at this very sad time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pope. And thank you to all members who pay tribute to Dean there. I'm going to bring in Alderman Wilson at the final order in relation to opening announcements.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, for giving me time in this. And I just suppose everyone's be well aware of this from yesterday. And I know a real tragedy was averted thanks to the quick actions of a couple of local guys, a father and son, Mike and Zachary Greer, who sprang into action quite quickly to come to the rescue of a young boy who was out canoeing or kayaking out on the Cusher River. And from what I understand, the flow in it was quite substantial on Sunday, and he had got into difficulties. And Michael and his son, and Michael well, and he sprung into action and was able to get the guy, he's quite a young fella, got him over to safety on the riverbank. And I know his father and that as well was quite obviously concerned by the whole episode. He was there also, so it was just a good news story, I suppose, in the midst of what could have been a real tragedy, just given the rain that there's been in the last while and how rivers are swollen and flowing quite quickly. So it was just Lord Mayor was chatting to you earlier about this, if some appreciation could be sent to Michael and his son just on the bravery that they displayed and their quick thinking to keep themselves safe, and also to get the child over to safety as well and get him away. I think he's other than the shock, he has recovered from it, and I know their ambulance and that was tasked as well to it. So just if something could be sent to Mike and his son, just to thank them on behalf of the borough, just for their quick thinking and quick action in the face of what was quite a serious situation. And I suppose also if we could just pass on our well wishes to the young fellow as well, I think that would be a good signal just from the council that we appreciate bravery
and that we also, it's a borough that has brought forward many people that have went out of their way. And I know when I was mayor, we recognised a few people, that had carried out rescues and that up the Mourne. So it's ABC is certainly, it has some brave members in the society, and it's good to see that they've sprung into action again in this circumstance. So thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Certainly I'll speak to Susan in the office and see what we can get arranged. Councillor McNeil, you looking at the same thing?
Yes, Lord Mayor, thank you. I just want to concur with Councillor Gareth Wilson had said there. I was talking to the young chap's mother this evening now, and as I said, they're much in debt to all the rescue ones that arrived yesterday. As I said, it could have been worse news, but she's much in debt to all the rescue services, the police, the ambulance, their ambulance. But the young lad has said he's okay now, and has said, just to concur everything that Alderman Gareth Wilson had said there. If you need any contact details for the young chaps, connections, I would know them very well. If you just want to send them, we know as well, just to wish them all the best. So thank you, Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor McNeil. Councillor Flaherty.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll be very, very brief. It's on the same issue, because you'll have got an opening announcement about that, actually. So we'll all be happy, I'm sure, to work away together. I was speaking to Elaine this morning, and Sean's queer wee fella, 7-year-old. I think he got the shock of his life, not so much more than his mummy did. And thanks be to goodness, a real tragedy was averted, and the wee creator was away to school like a whippet this morning as if nothing happened, and poor mummy, I think, wasn't worth a ball of blue the day. But as I say, a real tragedy averted, and thanks ever so much to those people who sprung into action, and all our emergency services. So all has been said. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Flaherty, and definitely a good news story, members. Members, we'll move on to agenda item 1. Apologies, there was none at the previous meeting, so I'm assuming it's the same here. No hands up, everybody's present. Okay. Agenda item 2, 2.1 is the council minutes from last month, January the 25th. Kind of a proposer and seconder to approve them.
Lord Mayor.
Councillor Nicholson, proposed. A seconder, please. Councillor Baxter. Councillor Baxter, you had your hand up first. Are you going to second them? Thanks very much, Councillor Baxter.
Just a second, Chair.
Oh, second, thank you. Okay, members, is there any issues? There's no hands up. Are we all agreed? Agreed. Okay, members, agenda item 3 is declarations of interest. We'll take them as we go through the meeting, but if anybody wants to declare them now. Councillor Cosby.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's just on the awards for financial assistance. My employer, YMCA, put it down, is on the list. It's just to declare non-pecuniary interest.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cosby. That's noted. Councillor Baxter.
Yeah, same thing. Lord Mayor, if you could note my non-pecuniary interest as well as chairman of Donegal Orange Hall Development Association.
Thanks very much, Councillor Baxter. Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And if you could also note my conflict of interest there as a teacher in Lismore School, one of the schools that will benefit from the grant as well.
Well, thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Tinsley.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, my internet's playing up, that's why I have no screen on. Lord Mayor, just to also express an expression of interest in the Reach and also Independent Christian School. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tinsley. I'm sure members will get some more declarations of interest when we come to that item of business. Okay, so we'll move on, members, to committee minutes. And the first agenda item is 4.1. And that's minutes of Environmental Service Committee that was held on the 2nd of February. The chair wasn't available, so we're going to ask the vice chair if she's content to approve the minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Lord Mayor. Happy enough to propose them. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Macaulay. And could I have a seconder who's at the meeting?
I'll second that, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Burns, thank you very much. Alderman Spears, matters arising.
Chair, I just want to raise a thing that's in the reports in relation to this. I'm not a member of the committee, but I have been contacted quite a lot of late in relation to charge points for electric cars. And the person that gives me information in relation to this has an electric car, possibly two of them in the family. And he is quite passionate about the need for more of these charge points. Now, I understand there are two different types of charge points, as I have been led to believe. In relation to it, I understand that there is funding available. Now, I have sent to council officers the information that I have received from my constituents in relation to this matter. I'm not quite sure what has happened in council in respect of it, or what officer has been designated to follow it up, but I do know it was been handed on to an officer. I certainly would appreciate a feedback on it, and I feel that as we move forward, as it has become inevitable that there's going to be more and more electric cars on the road, that somewhere in government or in council departments have some sort of a strategy. I understand that the minister has been asked this question in assembly, and I'm told that there is, in fact I read it, that there is no plan in place for any such within the province. So I'm raising it here, not on my own behalf. I have no electric car, but I'm raising it on behalf of people that contact me. And I know there is an issue in the report about it. I read it at the weekend, and I just want to flag it up. It's an issue that I believe that we can push up the floor as far as we like, but it's going to be there. It's going to be something that the community is going to have to deal with it. And as civic leaders, we have a responsibility to not do this, but flag it up, and indeed encourage others to provide what is necessary as we move to that stage of the green economy. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Alderman Spears. And the Chief Executive's indicated that he will follow that up and get back to you in relation to that, if you're content with that. Alderman Wilson, you're looking at next.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I suppose it's an issue hot off the press, and I seen your photo today with the bins sign, and the imminent work ongoing in terms of the change in recycling models for a borough to try and converge on one system of recycling. I would just be, if any of the officers are here tonight, because it is something I'm getting quite a lot of questions on. And I was just to outline, if it's possible, if it's reasonable in this period of the meeting. If it's not, I'm content to wait. If it's something that has to be discussed and confidential, but if not, is there a timetable or a timeline of actions that are going to be pursued now on the back of the outcome of the public consultation? And just to outline what the next steps are, I think it would be useful. And I mean, if it isn't suitable at this point, I can wait. So it's just in your hand.
No problem, Alderman Wilson. I'm going to bring Mark in briefly to give an overview. Mark.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. What I would suggest is that I make a separate contact with Alderman Wilson to talk into the detailed timeline. I mean, today's been quite a busy day, which I'm sure members are aware, where we've been in contact with the contractors, we've been in contact with unions and a multitude of others as well. I mean, it is quite a detailed plan, and maybe something which is not really suitable for a major discussion at council. So if Alderman Wilson's content, I will discuss it with him separately outside of this forum.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Alderman Wilson's indicated that he's content with that approach. Okay, thank you. Councillor McNeil.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, for letting me in. Just to back up again what Alderman Spears have been saying there about the charge points. I did raise it one night at a meeting. The new leisure centre, could the figures be given for the number of charge points that are in the new car park, because it'd be a good advertisement that if the council are leading by providing plenty and another facility that they have. I know that there's a couple in Armagh, but it just said with the state-of-the-art health centre or leisure centre in Craigavon, that would be a good selling point. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McNeil, I'll ask Roger to make a note of that and take that away when he is feeding back on the issue.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Hanlon.
Yeah, Chair, thank you. And very briefly, just in relation to Alderman Spears' point in relation to electric charging points, it might be useful for Olga to arrange for a briefing for all members. Council was a party to a funding application through East Border region for the faster project, which will see a rapid expansion of charging points right across the border counties. So that has already been secured and funded, and I understand it was supported by the Department of Infrastructure. But it might be useful for Economic Development Committee to get a briefing in due course. Thank you.
The Chief Executive indicated that that's okay, so I'll ask Olga to take that away. I'll not bring her in at the minute. Councillor Barry, you're in next.
Very briefly, Lord Mayor, just what Alderman Wilson had raised, I know Mark's to send a briefing paper out to him. If he could send that out to all of the councillors, especially those in the Legacy Armagh area.
Here.
There was a massive response, which was fantastic from the community, and it's something that we are always getting our ears bended on in relation to it. So very welcome, but if we could get that briefing note, would be most beneficial.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Barry. Mark, I'm sure you heard that, so instead he gives the thumbs up there, Councillor Barry, so hopefully get that issued in due course, okay, to all members. Councillor Greenfield, your hands up just went down. Were you looking in? Are you okay?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I was just going to mention, but we've moved on with just on the electric charging points. The Clarinet office is someone who sells cars, and that's fairly major thing coming up. But I suppose it is just totally agree. We do have quite a few across the borough already, and I think the rollout that has happened so far has caused some confusion. Quite a few don't work across the province, and quite a few there's different connections and stuff. So it is just the error that we get the whole, maybe we do want to have them across our borough, but certainly at the right time, whenever, and the most ones that are most usable for folks. For no, there's some out there, and there's quite a few different types of connections that don't work for a lot of electric cars, which is the error and the side of caution. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Greenfield. Alderman Rickray, you're looking in?
Yes, Lord Mayor, sorry, I had to dip out a minute or two there. Are we still on economic development papers?
We're still on environmental services.
Sorry, I'll hold it's economic development then, mate.
Oh, no, we're not that far ahead. Alderman Rickray, so we'll get there shortly. Okay. Alderman Spears, is your hand up from before?
No, I just wanted to maybe suggest that Councillor Greenfield as a car salesman, it may be a good idea, but I no doubt he's passionate about electric cars, so maybe he could feed into this subject and try and have it resolved right across this community. I no doubt.
And maybe sell Alderman Spears one or two. Thank you.
Spears. Okay, folks, we're going to move on then. We've got a proposal in seconder, and we're all agreed on the Environmental Services Committee. Agreed then. We're moving on to agenda 4.2, and that's the minutes of the Governance, Resort and Strategy Committee, and that was on the 3rd of February. So, Councillor Lockham, you can propose to accept the minutes.
So proposed, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lockham. And Councillor McClellan, you can the second.
Yes, Lord Mayor, happy to second.
Thank you very much. Members, is there any issues arising out of the Strategy and Governance Committee meeting? No hands up, we all agreed? Agreed then. Okay, members, we're on to agenda item 4.3, and that's the minutes of the Leisure and Community Services Committee, and that was held on the 8th of February. Councillor Nelson, you can propose to accept the minutes?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Tinsley, are you content to second the minutes?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tinsley. Councillor McElrath, you're looking at it?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, LCS 33/2021, car parking at Blockall and Gosford. Members will know that this weekend just passed, the parking situation in some of our parks was horrendous, to the point I think Jonathan told me that Gosford was closed at half past 11 in the morning on Sunday morning, 400 cars in it. But I want to say, first of all, Lord Mayor, I want to put on record a word of thanks to the officers who are working their way through this at the minute. We all know, all members know, that our parks are getting huge use, but with it is coming some problems, particularly in my own area. Loughgall Village was chaotic at the weekend. Householders not being able to leave their homes, almost imprisoned in their homes. If they left their house, they couldn't get back to get parked outside their house. So I just want to put on record a thanks to Jonathan in particular, and Greg and others that have been working, and we've been tossing different ideas. And no, Jonathan's going to go away this week and speak to community reps, people on the ground, to see if we can do anything better. And Claire Glenn's involved in this as well. The Cushire councillors know that as well. Just unbelievable. And the problem is, and members know this, that we've still 5 or 6 weeks of lockdown to go. Weather's getting better, or at least supposed to be getting better after the next couple of days. Evenings are getting longer, and the problems are just going to get worse. And what I want to put on record tonight, if I can, is my dissatisfaction with, as it were, the PSNI and how they have kind of washed their hands of the issues. Now, I know this is not a single issue for any one body, and there needs to be a collaborative approach here. DFI are involved as well. So I don't want to prolong this, Lord Mayor. Thank you for letting me in on this, and I know we had discussed bringing it under any other business, but this is an opportune moment to just bring it. And I want to, I know some of our officers have felt that they've been, as it were, palmed off by PSNI around some of these issues. So I want Lord Mayor to suggest that we escalate this to chief executive level, that the chief executive writes to the superintendent, Patricia Foy, asking for an urgent meeting around this, because this is not an issue that council can solve on their own. I'm afraid, and Councillor McNeill mentioned it in the minutes, it's in the minutes from the Leisure Services meeting. A tragedy is going to happen. A tragedy will happen. Whether it's Gosford, Loughgall or somewhere, there's going to be an incident or an issue, and council can't solve this on their own. They're doing as much as they can, and I do appreciate what they are doing. And there's more, by the way, that we're working on and can do. But I'm suggesting that we write to Superintendent Foy asking for an urgent meeting, that PSNI have some more input into this at the moment, because when cars are blocking footpaths in Loughgall, that is not a council issue. That is a PSNI issue, because the footpaths are being obstructed. So we're trying not to go down the route of real enforcement, but there may have to be some tickets handed out there. So we're trying to work with the community, but I'm asking tonight as a council that Roger writes and asks for an urgent meeting, and with DFI as well, our partners, and let's see if we can collaboratively bring some more constructive ideas to the table. And I just want to put that out there tonight, Lord Mayor, and thank you for allowing me in on that matter.
No problem. Thank you, Councillor McElrath. You've made a proposal, but I'm sure somebody will second in a minute, so I'll bring Councillor Tinsley in next.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. And if you need a seconder, I'm quite content to second that proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Tinsley. Roger indicated that that's fine, so member for content will do that. Councillor Tinsley, sorry to interrupt.
You're okay, Lord Mayor, but what I was really raising my hand for was actually the car parking in Craigavon, that perhaps there is an issue there that council could actually help. I noticed that we have a car park, and it's been great that it was opened, but it's closing at 3 o'clock. And I don't see why that can't now be extended until at least 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon on the busy days of the weekends. As I say, it's a major issue of the car parking, but this was actually helping alleviate those problems. But the biggest problem I see on the Saturday and Sunday is it's actually closing at 3 o'clock. And sure, that's peak time when families are really arriving. So I think it's a simple solution that we could possibly extend into the Craigavon issue.
Councillor Tinsley, did you get cut off there, or has it finished?
I had finished. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Hopefully you got the gist of what I was trying to say.
Certainly heard it all. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor McNeil, I'll bring you in and then I'll bring Mark in briefly at the conclusion.
Aye, thank you, Lord Mayor. And I just want to concur with what Lavelle was saying there and Margaret, Councillor Tinsley. No, I have been working with Mark and Jonathan in relation to car parking there at Gosford, and I said Loughgall as well. It is a sore point, and I'm glad that I raised it at the last meeting, and I got a lot of phone calls and comments afterwards. As I said, it's going to be too late if there's a fatality, but we need to bring this top of the table and get it solved as quickly as possible. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McNeil. Alderman Spears.
Lord Mayor, just in an update in relation to Gosford, there was a meeting last week, and some councillors, I think all the councillors for the Cusher area were there and engaged with the police and others in relation to this matter. We had meetings down in Gosford, and certainly I have been active and involved in the whole Gosford issue from day one, and literally it's we're a victim of our own success in terms of it, and probably currently we're a victim of the fact that we have the lockdown, and reference was made to the long evenings. Yes, the long evenings hopefully will give people the opportunity to spread their activities and possibly maybe reduce the key days that are at the weekend where people are out exercising or going to, let it be, Clare Lane. I have had people about Clare Lane on today about the problems yesterday, and Gosford beside me, and I know the story about it, but I would hope that we can begin to work our way through. And yes, there was matters arising out of our very productive meeting last week, which Jonathan Hayes has agreed to take forward. There was agreement as regards a potential solution, albeit in the interim, to take that forward. So I would hope that we can do that, and that will come back to the area councillors first, and then no doubt it will be brought to the full council. But this is a tragedy awaiting, as it were, and I made the point that it's not a single issue. This is something that has got to be reflected by a buy-in from other statutory agencies, let it be road service or PSNI or whoever. It's not a one solves all issue, but I'm looking forward to the suggestions coming forward that we have made in relation to attempting to try and solve the one at Gosford. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Alderman Spears. I know we're speaking to Mark this morning. There's an action plan going forward. Mark, so I'll bring you in now, Mark, if you want to address anything at this stage.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, there's quite a number of issues which we actually raise across a substantial number of parts. And I think the issue is associated with lockdown in many ways, that people need to get out of their homes, and rightfully so, and need to go and exercise. And as a council, we create wonderful facilities that people want to go and use, and I think that's great. In respect of Clare Glen, I can confirm that the car park will extend to 5 o'clock. We've already been looking at that, and a number of other car parks as well. So that one will actually be progressed. We are looking at additional capacity at Gosford, and Jonathan's going away to do additional work on that. And you'll remember as well, there's a substantial element contained within the capital programme to actually progress with that. In respect of the Gosford one, in respect of the enforcement on highways, I think as a number of members have already stated, from a council perspective, we have no powers to enforce or to interfere with any elements of the highway. That is purely a DFI and a PSNI issue. But of course, we want to work together to collectively to come up with a single solution, because it's not going to be a single intervention, it's going to be multitude. There was a meeting with the DA members and PSNI and with DFI last week, and Alderman Spears is as normal correct. There were some really good ideas, thoughts and suggestions which came out of that meeting, and those have gone away to have a look at. Those are very much around design issues, which may well be able to facilitate. So there's a multitude of things going on at the moment from a parking perspective, which hopefully should start to alleviate some of that. If members wish, we can actually circulate something separately which will identify the things which are presently progressing. And it does come to a committee on a regular basis as well, Chair. I'm sorry, Lord Mayor, which we do tend to discuss in quite some detail.
Thanks, Mark. That's great. Thank you for your update there. Okay, members, the proposer and second, and everybody's had their say. There's no further hands up. Are agreed? We can move on. Great. Okay, members, we're moving on to agenda item 4.4. And this is the minutes of the economic development held on the 9th of February. So I'm going to ask Councillor Pope if he's content to approve the minutes that's been correct.
Yes, Lord Mayor, I propose.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair Councillor Mohammed, I'll be second.
Second, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, members, there's a few people wishing to speak, so I'm going to bring in Alderman Mutray.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I raise an issue around EDR 27, employability and skills? We live in uncertain times at the moment, and many people within our borough are unfortunate in the position that they won't have employment, and some don't have employment at the minute and are trying their best to set up their own businesses. There are many small micro businesses that I'm sure people have seen about sprouting up here and there around the borough. And to that end, I think it would be beneficial if this council was to look at creating a startup business grant of £1,000 for people that are right at the base, starting off, whether that goes towards rent, setup costs, or whatever, to give people the initial leg up as it is. So really, if members are content, what I would like is that officers would go away and do some work on this and bring a report back, perhaps initially to committee. But I think it's timely, and I think it's something we would need to move on now. I'm aware of a couple of other councils that have done it, and council is well known for helping businesses, but I'm talking about people right at the bottom of the ladder, right at the start. So I would respectfully ask that the director take this away. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Mutray. Roger's indicated that's fine, that we can get a paper. So we'll just get maybe Councillor Cosby speaking next to the second that if he's content with that. So I don't think that's an issue at all from the council's point of view, Alderman Mutray. Councillor Cosby, can I bring you at this stage?
I'm unclear if Alderman Mutray's actually finished. He may well have had another point.
Oh, sorry, Alderman Mutray. Apologies. Had I interrupted you?
I have finished, Lord Mayor. Thank you. At this point, yeah.
Thank you, Alderman Mutray. Councillor Cosby.
But yeah, just know Alderman Mutray always has an awful amount to say, and that sounded quite short for normal spiel, you know. But no, happy to second. I think it's an important step forward, and I know the business community and certainly those wishing to start their businesses would welcome it. Yeah, Lord Mayor, with your indulgence, EDR 29/2021, and the economic the head of regeneration report, and welcome the decision and the recommendation to extend the additional time frame for the DEA task forces, and I think one of these, the task forces for the town centres, are going to be a vital element of helping drive our recovery in the borough, and I would certainly like to see maybe the frequency of the meetings for these possibly increased also. One of the key tenets of our town centres in this borough, when you think of Armagh, Banbridge, Lurgan and Portadown specifically, is that of our markets, and I would like to see an effort made around those. And with that in mind, I'm thinking very specifically with the issue around the farmers market in Portadown, where we have a case where they are on the street, and there is obviously an ongoing court case, and we'll not get into the details over that. However, I would be proposing that the council move to accommodate those traders elsewhere, and move at pace to do that. My preference probably, and I think in consultation with them, that they would accept the use of the Cascade site, which is currently lying vacant. It provides off-street parking and would provide a facility and enable those traders who've been trading in the town for decades to continue to trade safely and operate their businesses accordingly, and that we would accommodate the required time that they need to make ends meet for their business. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cosby. Just I'll bring it all in shortly. Just we had a proposal from Alderman Richards, seconded by Councillor Cosby. We're all content, members, that paper's brought forward for economic development. Don't see anybody disagreeing, so I'll take that as read then. Olga, can we bring you at this stage just to address the points Councillor Cosby's made in relation to the location of an outdoor Portadown market?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor, and good evening, members. Councillor Cosby, we will come back in relation to that query. There is an issue around designation of areas for trading, and we will bring back some information in relation to that. And also to advise members that at the moment we are looking at an expression of interest for the provision of a market in Portadown as well. So there are some issues around the regulations for licensing for trading, and we will explore that and advise members, but taking on board the sentiments that members would like to see a resolution to this issue.
Yeah. Thank you, Olga. Councillor Cosby, I'm just going to bring you back in relation, because you had, I think, had you made a proposal that you said the Cascade site, or was it just investigated?
Well, it was that we would allow them to use it, and I appreciate that there is some licensing queries. I don't think they're issues. I think they're queries, and I think even in terms of planning and planning policy around some of that, I think there are some mechanisms to enable us to allow them to use that site. I think on a temporary basis, I think up to 14 trading days before, which would afford those traders 7 weeks. In the absence of the council, appointing a provider for a market over the next while that process is ongoing in terms of the expression of interest, etc., would allow those traders to trade at the times that is essential for their businesses.
Councillor Cosby, thank you. So, still have a proposal, Roger? Councillor Cosby, the Chief Executive has indicated, could we bring a report to committee just to outline what the issues are in the first instance in relation to your proposal? Would that be, do you contempt that course of action?
I mean, happy with that, but in terms of bringing back, I don't just want issues. I think we need solutions here. The traders have, went through a very difficult time, and I think we need to get a resolution fairly quickly for these people. And they need to be trading. I mean, if you take, for example, one of the traders who's advised me on more than one occasion that it is on a Saturday afternoon is when they actually make a wage so they can afford to live. And at that stage, closing the market at 2 p.m. or whatever is certainly not acceptable to them. They need to run to 5 o'clock, because that is when they actually make their wages at that particular time. And when we surveyed them before an account was done, between 2 and 4 o'clock, there was in excess of 100 people used the market between 2 and 4 o'clock, not including then at 5 o'clock. So we need to be making sure that we're moving to accommodate them as quickly as we possibly can, and getting them off the street and giving them somewhere appropriate to trade. And Cascades is the way to do it. So I'm happy that something comes back, but I suspect that maybe 1 or 2 other members might actually have something to say on this as well.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Cosby. I'll bring in Alderman Anderson next then.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I It's just I want to make a correction, but I'll speak on what Councillor Cosby has said. I would fully support Councillor Cosby in this, what he's proposing this evening. Those traders have went through a very difficult and hard time over recent weeks and months. And as Councillor Cosby says, they're there to make a living, to make a wage, and we need to do everything to accommodate them because it's a market that's been there for decades, and we all can realise what they've been doing over the number of years they've been there. But things have been difficult this last while, and I would also ask that the council moves with haste on this one to try and accommodate and facilitate those market traders this time, because to maybe wait and to bring reports to committees and things come back and forwards, I just wonder how long this is going to take. We're looking for answers quickly on this, and I would suggest maybe that if Councillor Cosby is making that a proposal, I'm happy to second it, that we get some movement here and get movement quickly to help them to try and facilitate. Councillor Cosby has identified a site. I don't see any reason why we can't maybe go along and to look at it and to see if it is possible. If not, well, that's so be it. But the point is, we should be trying everything here to try and get a resolution in the meantime going forward to see what is the eventual outcome for the markets in Portadown in months and years to come. So that's what I want to say. And not the only other thing I was wanting to come in on was in a small correction in EDR 23-2021 on page 8. When I was, it's the broadband presentation, and I referred to some property or some areas where there's poor broadband, and one of the paragraphs I mentioned Birches, Scotch Street, our address on Armagh. It's in the minutes as Tonagh, but it's Armagh that I was talking about. So I've asked the officers maybe to make that a small correction. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Alderman Johnson, and we'll get that correction sorted out. In relation to the markets, I'm going to bring Olga back in. She's indicated she wishes to speak.
Certainly. Thank you, Lord Mayor. We will arrange a meeting of the Portadown DEA councillors to discuss the issue around the markets and to look at alternative options. I'm conscious of the members' request for haste on this issue.
Okay. Councillor Cosby, as a proposer of the motion, is content with this course of action that we'll look at options to get your proposal expedited as soon as possible.
We're hoping the DEA meeting could be accommodated fairly quickly.
Rodney's indicated that we're done as a priority.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I'm going to bring in then Councillor McClellan to the stage.
Yes, Lord Mayor, thank you for letting me in. And it's something on the wider economic piece that I was just wanting to say a word or two about. And that was, I was heartened. I was, it was nice to receive news last week that from the 5th of March, we're going to be rolling out the Empty to Occupy initiative within council, certainly as someone who has pushed this quite hard over this last 6 or 8 months. It's good that it is actually coming to fruition. And I think the message has to go out from here this evening. Let's get this rolled out. Let's get the new businesses kick-started. And let's make it as easy for applicants as possible. And I would just thank and congratulate Olga and all inter-economic development for so speedily getting this to the shovel-ready stage. Thanks, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McClellan. I would concur with your comments. I'm going to bring in Councillor Nicholson next.
Thank you, Chair. And I suppose I wanted to sort of check on EDR 23-2021 in relation to the request I made in relation to a map we was going to issue to us all following the fibrous presentation, Chair, of where the connections were in relation to the rollout of the fibre. I just wanted an update on that from Olga, if they had come in. Is that available yet, or is there a delay on that?
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Olga, could I bring you at this stage to answer that, please?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We haven't received the map as yet from Fibrous, so we'll chase them up again in relation to that issue, but nothing has arrived as yet.
Thank you all. That's good having that, Councillor Nicholson. Alderman Barr, you're looking in next.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. It's just on the Portadown issue there. Don't wish to get involved in Portadown or Lurgan or anything like that there, because it's not my DA to be jumping across, but just to say to be mindful of the traders, because what you have is the footfall, and you're moving that footfall out of the town centre. So maybe if you want to discuss with the traders as well as the DA task force. But equally, then moving on to sort of what Councillor Kyle Savage was saying about the Visit Armagh and the website. I spoke to Brian about it, and I'm content at the minute regarding the website. But whenever you're bringing that mock-up stage, could you also bring forward the data with the website so that members can see what exactly is being visited through that through the current website? I just think it would be prudent on members to be able to have sight of that. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Barr. Brian, do you want to just address that briefly?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, that's no problem. I can come back with that data. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Brian. Councillor McNeil.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, for letting me in. Who was speaking there before? Alderman Barr was saying about the footfall and going to the new site. They'd be happy enough to move to Cascades for the interim period. It had been discussed with them. So, as I said, it's only on up at the end of the street, and it's, as I said, the footfall is always there, an extra 100 feet. And with the good business that they are providing, the people will follow them. This is what they're saying. So, and can we press for that meeting with the DEA or down DEA? Got to take place this week, even though it is short notice. I think we would all be willing to attend that, saying that it's an urgent item that has to be discussed very soon. Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor McNeil, I'm sure we'll try and get that done as soon as possible and make sure diary commitments are met. Councillor Barry.
Very briefly, Lord Mayor, you'll be glad to hear. And I would fully support Alderman Stephen Mutry's proposal tonight in relation to economic benefit for potential business startups. I just would like, I know Olga has commented, but I'd just like her to sort of outline what her next stage will be in relation to sort of looking and bringing these proposals forward. Will it be the next economic committee? Because in my day job, believe it or not, there have been people who are looking and have already started to start the process of starting a new business. And one lease that I actually signed recently, it was supposed to start in December, and then obviously lockdown, and then we moved it to January, and we've now moved it to April. But I'll say on this basis, because sometimes, you know, commercial unit owners, you know, can get hassle. You know, this particular landlord was happy, first of all, to get a new tenant, but he was also happy reluctantly to start his charging of rent until April. So I think there is something, as Alderman Mutry has recognised, there is clearly a need out there for business startups in such a time when you wouldn't think it, but there is. And I think we need to step up to the plate there, as Alderman Mutry has proposed, and bring this forward as quickly as possible. When thankfully, as announcements are already taking place of these lockdowns and these restrictions easing, hopefully sooner rather than later in the most safest way. But I think this would be something that's very beneficial economically for our area, given the amount of small businesses that are out there, and potentially more if we continue to be positive on the future and the way ahead, which I do believe we should be. And we need to get our message out there that we are the friend of businesses and business startups. So thank you, and I'd just like a wee outline of that.
Thank you, Councillor Barry. Olga, do you want to address Councillor Barry's issue there?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. But Councillor Barry, we will start to research in relation to this issue. Alderman Mutry has mentioned that there are other councils who have started this as well. We have the papers almost finalised for our next meeting. So we'll then bring it back for the April committee meeting and perhaps advise party leaders in advance in relation to the proposed details.
Thank you very much, Olga. Alderman Spears, you were on.
Lord Mayor, just in relation to that, I think there is a need for engagement with the enterprise centres across the community. We have the enterprise centres that do business startup training and whatever. So if there is discussion in relation to this matter, I honestly believe that we should run it across the business centres, the enterprise centres for a conversation, and with a view of buying them in or working with them in terms of the rollout of whatever funding we do in relation to startup business. It's not a new issue for them. They're dealing with it day and daily, and I think there is an opportunity here to engage with them, and if we're building a programme of it, at least build it in conjunction with those that are currently working in that field. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Spears, and zero impacts have been noted by Olga. Yeah, so members, there's no more speakers on the Economic Development and Regeneration Committee minutes, and we'll have a proposer and seconder, so we're all agreed. Yeah, members, don't see anybody disagreeing, so we'll move on to agenda item 4.5, and that's the minutes of the Planning and Regulatory Service Committee, and that was on the 10th of February. So, Councillor McNally, are you content to propose that the minutes are correct?
So proposed, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Macklin, are you content to second those minutes?
I'll be the second, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Macklin. Members, is there any matters arising from the Plan Committee meeting? Can't see any hands up. So all we agreed, we'll move on. Okay, members. Moving on to agenda item 4.6, and that's the minutes of the Special Governance Resources and Strategy Committee, and that was on the 17th of February. Councillor Larkin, are you content to propose to accept the minutes?
So proposed, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McClellan, are you content to second?
Yes, Lord Mayor, happy to second.
Thank you both. Members, is there any issues rising? Can't see any hands. We will move on. We're going on to agenda item 5, and that is the Chief Executive's report. There's 2 items. 5.1 is a decision item, and that's in relation to education area planning. And I think Sean is going to take us through this report, members. Sean.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and good evening, members. This report is before you tonight. It is a matter that was discussed at the Governance, Resources and Strategy Committee during January, and there was also a meeting of the Education Area Working Group. And arising from that working group meeting, members are asked to note the update as outlined in the report before you, and to grant approval that an independent advisor be appointed to assist Council in preparing a response on this matter.
Thank you very much, Sean. Members, you've heard the recommendation. Councillor McKinstry, you're looking in first.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor, for letting me in. And can I say a huge thank you that this group has been reconvened, and also I really strongly welcome that Council will be now trying to appoint somebody to try and look over this really complex matter. This was first highlighted in 2009, and it really shocks me that this situation has been allowed to rumble along in the background, where where a large number of pupils from Lurgan are really in a very unsuitable building, and a solution has not been found for them since this was highlighted in 2009. So I would just like to have it on record there that I really am glad that something is being done to try and speed this process along. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor McKinstry. Councillor Navi, you're looking in next.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor, and agree with what Councillor McKinstry said there. I'd be willing to second the proposal in the report. It was good to have that working group meeting during the month. And as Councillor McKinstry said, it is quite a complex issue with multiple schools involved, not just with pupils from Lurgan, but within the surrounding catchment area, which would include some of the rural villages around the Lurgan area. So yeah, be as I said, willing to second that recommendation to get this additional advice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lavery. Alderman Mutra, you're looking at next.
Thank you. I would concur with the two speakers before, Lord Mayor, and say that I appreciate and welcome this intervention by Council and wish anyone who takes this issue on the very best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman Mutra. We had a proposer, Councillor McKinstry, seconded by Councillor Lavery. Members, all agreed?
Agreed.
Okay. Members, item 5.2 is an information item. It's for noting, but unless anybody's any questions for the Chief Executive. Okay, happy to note? Okay. Thank you, members. Okay, now we can move on to agenda item 6. And 6.1 and 6.2 are correspondence seeking comments. So if anybody wishes to raise any issues, they can bring it through Democratic Services. Okay, members, don't see any hands up. And then 6.3 to 6.8, they're correspondence for noting. Are we happy to note? Okay, I don't see any hands up. We'll take that as happy to note. And then agenda item 7 is documents requiring corporate seal. Is 8.1 to 8.4. Could get a proposer and seconder to agree to sign and seal the aforementioned documents. The proposer, Councillor Lavery. Councillor McElrath, seconded. Thank you, Councillor McElrath. Okay, members, so we can attempt to move on. We're moving on to agenda item 8, and it's noticed as motion. We've got two tonight, members. The first one is in relation to the NI protocol, and this is going to be proposed by Councillor Nicholson and seconded by Councillor Macaulay. So I'm going to invite Councillor Nicholson as the proposer to open the debate.
Thank you, Chairman, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this matter. Members, while there's much separates us this evening, we should all be in agreement that the Northern Ireland Protocol is simply not working. While it's fair to say the breadth of critique of the protocol ranges from teething problems to its complete removal, nevertheless, we're all aware of the very real impacts that it's having on our economy, on confidence within the community, and is acting as a catalyst for potential societal disruption. Of course, we can and frequently do indulge in the Brexit blame game, and we should remember how we have ended up here. But in reality, members, those arguments do not address the very real concerns that we all have with the protocol. Furthermore, the recent triggering of Article 16 by the EU Commission on the 29th of January, not to protect the Belfast Agreement, but as part of a tawdry attempt to pressurise a pharma company, presented us all with a very rare opportunity to all speak with one voice. However, that anonymity of purpose has not resulted in any improvement on the current situation we find ourselves in today. The Northern Ireland Protocol continues on its wrecking path, undermining Northern Ireland's position as a full and equal member of the United Kingdom, and will continue to do so if something is not done urgently. Members, I fear we are currently experiencing the tip of the iceberg, as currently there are derogations in place which are due to finish at the end of this month. So there are genuine fears out there, members, that things could get worse instead of better in the very near future. As a party, members, we've been diametrically opposed to this measure, and we've warned about the dangers of this protocol from the start. In particular, we regret the UK government's proposals of 2nd of October 2019, which were welcomed by the DUP as a serious and sensible way forward, and included a border in the Irish Sea and border inspection posts, which Minister Poots seemed more than happy to build. We share the frustrations and anger of businesses and consumers across Northern Ireland, whether they are about experiencing delays, the inability to order goods or have agricultural products delivered, or those who can't and don't want their pets to be vaccinated for non-existent diseases. This is to name but a few, members, of the issues, and there are many, many, many more. And I know my colleague Councillor Jill Macaulay, who seconded this motion, will outline these following our party's recent engagement with businesses on the many issues that they have. But members, don't take my word for it. The much respected Ulster Bank PMI survey stated that Northern Ireland finds itself on the wrong side of a regulatory sea border that has effectively redrawn the map of the UK's single market and customs union. And it is the UK single market and customs union that is vital to us, accounting for 70% of our trade. The same report pointed out that firms signalled the highest rate of input cost inflation across the UK, with input prices rising at their fastest rate since June 2018. Higher shipping costs were widely cited alongside higher raw material costs and increased transport costs linked to the new Brexit arrangements. Then an article published by Ulster University senior economist Esmond Byrne and Queen's University senior lecturer in economics Graham Brownlow pointed out that those hoping for the best of both worlds scenario could find that this will become less likely to the extent that the persistent frictions GB to NI or NI lead to higher costs associated with the new regulatory environment. The Ulster Unionist Party believes the protocol must go, and the reason why it must go is it is fundamentally flawed. It is unbalanced, unequal, disproportionate and divisive. It was designed to deal with 30% of the trade and business that goes north-south while ignoring the 70% which goes east-west to our biggest market in Great Britain. Through the Act of Union and the Belfast Agreement, Northern Ireland is a fully integrated, interconnected part of the United Kingdom, and this protocol is breaking those links, and that is fundamentally wrong. But more than that, it undermines the basic democratic principles in Northern Ireland, because when the protocol is fully up and running, which is a line that many parties currently are promoting, and bearing in mind, members, it has only started, there will be literally there'll be thousands of pieces of legislation that will come directly from the EU and will impact us here in Northern Ireland. Let nobody from Northern Ireland, nobody from Northern Ireland Executive, in fact, no local elected representatives, absolutely nobody, members, has any say whatsoever. So, members, we become rule takers rather than rule makers, which cannot be right. And that fundamentally undermines the principle of consent, which so many of us fought for to make sure that the Belfast Agreement would secure the future of Northern Ireland. And this has now been undermined by the protocol. This is why the Ulster Unionist Party will continue to oppose the Northern Ireland Protocol. It is fundamentally flawed, bad piece of legislation, and it will result in a bad outcome. Following the EU referendum, we argued that we needed the best deal for Northern Ireland. But members, this protocol is far from that. This is why, as a party, we have published our own proposals, which offers a pragmatic solution which prevents any borders, north, south, east, west. I would ask everyone to read them because we urgently need to find a solution. The Ulster Unionist Party is focused on finding solutions, and we hope others are in the same frame of mind. If the outcome of discussions results in kicking the can down the road, then we need to see resolute actions to fix this. Northern Ireland cannot afford any more strategic errors from the DUP in their dealings with Boris Johnson's government. The protocol should have been halted when it was first proposed in October 2019. The UK government now needs to intervene to rectify this mistake. Therefore, I propose the following notice of motion to this council. Chairman, Lord Mayor, obviously the notice of motion is in front of members. Do you want me to read it out? But as I say, I'm happy that members have seen it and will have digested it.
Yeah, Councillor Nelson, I agree. I think everybody has read it, so I don't think you need to repeat it. Do you want to bring Councillor Macaulay in? Are you finished, Councillor Nicholson?
Yes, that's me finished, Lord Mayor, and I'll bring in my colleague, Councillor Macaulay, who will second this motion. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Macaulay, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks, Lord Mayor. Thanks, Sam. Yeah, members, clearly this is an issue that goes far beyond symbolism or identity. We're seeing the real effects of what has proven to be a very unworkable policy. And it's important to recognise that the problems being faced by many in the Great Britain to Northern Ireland supply chain are at a time when COVID restrictions are in place, which is probably masking the true scale of what the problems will be later on this year. Last week, along with my party colleagues, we hosted a really useful business engagement Zoom meeting for our local businesses, and these were businesses of all backgrounds who have been badly affected by the Northern Ireland Protocol. This event saw over 60 local businesses engaged to feedback about what problems they were encountering and how they feel these issues could be addressed. As Councillor Nicholson has already said, we in the Ulster Unionist Party believe that these are not just teething problems. The entire protocol is fundamentally flawed, as he said, and we want to see it removed as a matter of urgency. So rather than just crying desperate populist sound bites in hindsight and fancy videos for social media to deflect blame, I think this is why we have launched our practical solutions paper to actually try and help our struggling businesses today and in the coming weeks as we all try to work together to overcome the difficulties. Just weeks after it has come into operation, our businesses have been crying out for help. We're seeing a decrease in the availability of certain products on our shelves, with local shops and our retailers in our own town centres struggling to get hundreds of lines into the shops, increased prices from unnecessary duties on farm and manufacturing machinery coming from GB, basically for the farcical cost of having to wash dirt off them. Our fish suppliers are incurring incredible administrative costs and 24-hour delays on the fresh seafood that we sort of strive to promote from boat to plate. It's not all just about east-west trade either. Local car dealers, especially those near the border, who rely on at least 50% of their customers coming from the Irish Republic, are seeing severe problems and needless bureaucratic costs imposed on their business from all angles, with extra duty on top of VAT for selling across the border now. This in turn is discouraging Irish consumers from purchasing from our Northern Irish car dealers. Our haulage companies are heavily burdened with unnecessary administrative and logistical barriers on a daily basis, and we are simply seeing some companies opting to supply to Northern Ireland altogether. We have lots of cattle breeders here in Northern Ireland, not least in our borough. These pedigree cattle breeders find that the best market for their animals is of specialist pedigree sales in Great Britain, namely Carlisle. If a farmer decides to take his animal to be sold in Great Britain, they can't bring that animal home again and face 6 months quarantine for any animal. So obviously this forces our farmers to take less money for their animals in the knowledge that it causes too much hassle not to sell under the circumstances. So now we see this market being denied to our farmers, and trade has been hugely displaced. UK internal farming trade, built up over generations, has now been wiped out with the stroke of the Northern Ireland Protocol. So, I feel we just can't sit back and let our businesses and consumers be cannon fodder and the price that must be paid for the delivery of a hard Brexit for Great Britain. In order to honour the economic, democratic and peaceful gains that we've got in the Belfast Agreement, the protocol must not be allowed to stand. The British government and the EU must deal seriously with its constitutional and economic implications as a matter of urgency. It is possible to address these concerns about the EU single market while ensuring the constitutional and economic integrity of the whole UK. But, there doesn't need to be a border down the Irish Sea. I think my colleague and former MEP, Jim Nicholson, described the protocol as a sledgehammer to crack a nut, and he was absolutely right. Workable alternatives are and were available, but Northern Ireland has been used as a bargaining chip from the start with withdrawal process in 2016. We've moved from being a fully integrated component of the UK's internal market to having something akin to an associate membership, to which unnecessary heavy-handed conditions apply. So, there's been widespread unionist opposition to the protocol, but sadly this was not always the case. The border in the Irish Sea is a self-inflicted wound by our then DUP MPs, because on the day that Boris Johnson proposed it to the EU, they were the first to back it. So on the 2nd of October 2019, the then Prime Minister unveiled his plans to saw off this part of the United Kingdom from Great Britain. Arlene Foster described his plans as a serious and sensible way forward, and Boris Johnson can therefore claim that at that stage he had unionist consent for the Irish Sea border. But I can assure members here tonight, these DUP MPs did not speak for me as a unionist. And besides that, now is the time for all political parties to acknowledge the hardship faced by our struggling local industries and seriously work together to try and address the mammoth problems that our very fragile economy is battling with. since the Northern Ireland Protocol has been implemented. So that's why I'm more than happy to second my colleague Councillor Nicholson's proposal tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Macaulay. The first member wishing to speak on the debate is Councillor Crosby.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I think firstly, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on the motion, and I welcome that it is here before us this evening. We also, as you know, Lord Mayor, have a notice of motion that is due to be tabled immediately after this one. However, I have a suggested amendment to the one that is on the table currently, which I believe should have been sent to the proposer of the motion by now. I think he's shaking his head. I'm hoping maybe that chief could go that direction if possible, but for the purpose of the meeting, I will read our amendment to the notice of motion, and it is that there is an amendment slightly in the first paragraph, where we get to, I believe, the fourth line down, putting extra pressure on struggling businesses, and I have added in and consumers, and a full stop. And then I have went on to amend slightly the remaining sentence to say, we further note the trade imbalance between Northern Ireland and its biggest market, Great Britain, and deem it to be wholly unacceptable. That is the first paragraph. The second paragraph remains entirely the same until we get to the point of applying safeguard measures, and we would suggest that the sentence would finish like this: that we write to the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland and requesting that the United Kingdom government immediately applies safeguard measures to protect the integrity of the UK single market, and a full stop. And it continues on, the amendment reads, additionally, we call on the EU and the UK to abandon the Northern Ireland Protocol to ensure the settled constitutional position of Northern Ireland is upheld and respected in line with the Belfast Agreement. And then, following the full stop, I have added in an additional line that this council further notes and welcomes the pending judicial review to challenge the Northern Ireland Protocol's compatibility with the Act of Union 1800, the Northern Ireland Act of 1998, and the Belfast Agreement. Full stop. They are, well, it's probably taken a wee while to get through those. They are slight amendments to the notice of motion, and I would propose those in the hope that the original proposer would accept them, and pending that, I am happy to make further comments on that, but I'm happy to also hold them, Lord Mayor, at your discretion, just to see if the proposer is willing to accept those.
Thank you, Councillor Cosby. Councillor Nicholson, can I check if you've seen the amendment? Has it been sent through to you? And any thoughts on it?
Yeah, Lord Mayor, it's literally just come through on my phone, and I'm just.
Do you want to have a
meeting? You carry on with the meeting, Lord Mayor. There's other speakers there, so and come back to me. Give me 5 minutes to 10 minutes, okay?
I'll give him a thought. So, members, Councillor Cosby's made an amendment. I'm going to say as I would prefer if members didn't make another amendment, because I want to deal with each amendment as it comes in, rather than
happy to make my remarks now, if that's to buy a bit of time for the proposer of the original motion.
So, members, could you bear that in mind? Councillor Nicholson's having to think about that at the minute. So if you're going to make a further amendment, please we'll just hold it in fire until we get some clarity on this amendment, and then we can take it from there, so we know what motion we're dealing with, rather than talking ahead of ourselves with that. Councillor Cosby's raised a possible amendment, so we'll just go forward on discussions based on that. Councillor Thompson, can I bring you in at this stage?
Right, Lord Mayor, I'm happy to make my remarks now if that's...
Oh, yeah. I did, yes, of course you did say that, Councillor Cosby. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Again, just thank you for the opportunity to speak on this. It is hereby declared that Northern Ireland is in its entirety remains part of the United Kingdom and shall not cease to be so without the consent of a majority of the people of Northern Ireland voting in a poll held for that purpose. The very first clause of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, which sets out very clearly that the Northern Ireland constitutional position has been settled until the will of the people in Northern Ireland says otherwise. And it is very clear from the Northern Ireland Protocol that as far as Northern Ireland is concerned, Great Britain, of which we trade the vast majority of our goods and services with them, is listed as a third country, which is why we are in a situation that we face today in relation to the difficulties that our business community and our consumers are facing trying to get products. The border has now been established between one part of the United Kingdom and the rest of the country. The UK internal market, which is a central pillar of the Acts of Union, has been broken up. One part of the UK, Northern Ireland, will now have to adhere to thousands of existing EU laws and any new EU laws applied in the future. Those laws will be made by foreign authority in Brussels without any input from government in the United Kingdom or by the Northern Ireland Assembly, and will be enforced by a foreign court, which is the European Court of Justice. Lord Mayor, that is not democracy. In anyone's mind, it could not be. Indeed, it can only be described as subjugation. And that is what the Northern Ireland Protocol does. In January 2021, there were 36,000 points of entry certificates issued for the EU, across the EU, and that included for ports in Antwerp and Rotherham, which compared to Northern Ireland, Lord Mayor, I'm sure you're aware, are much, much busier than our own. But for ports in Northern Ireland, which only account for a fraction of a percentage of the value of trade, of EU trade from the outside world, the figure for those points of entry certificates was 5,800, or 15% of the total amount of certificates issued in that time period, which is an enormous amount, which could only have arisen because of the EU demanding checks on trade between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and which far exceeds the checks that it insists on from other countries across the world, which is an indication that the checks in Northern Ireland and the Northern Ireland Protocol are not about protecting the EU internal market, but are about punishing the United Kingdom. And if the economy is damaged through this cynical behaviour, the attitude of the European Union is so be it. It's very clearly not hard to see through the EU's claim that it wants to uphold the Good Friday Agreement and avoid a hard border between Northern Ireland and ROI, and to keep the peace in Northern Ireland, because it wasn't too slow in reinforcing a north-south hard border when it unilaterally triggered Article 16 of the protocol to what it described as protect its own interests in relation to blockading trade and enforce a blockade which would be put in place in order to hide the failures that the European Commission had done in relation to its procurement of COVID vaccines. We heard from the EU Vice President, Mr. Šefčovič, and he ruled out any flexibility in the application of the protocol and then went on to lecture the United Kingdom government for its failure to fully
Lord
implement.
Mayor, point of order.
Well, what's just on order, Councillor Nagel?
2115, Lord Mayor, duration of speeches. Councillor Cosby's language style might be appropriate in some circumstances, but not here tonight. We have a long night ahead of us. And if Councillor Cosby wants to left his couch and talk to his colleagues at some point, that's okay. But I don't think it's appropriate in a council.
Thank you, Councillor Nagel. I know, Councillor Cosby, you do have limits on we've sort of been fairly flexible in it, but you know, there's a couple of people looking in, so just to comply with standing orders, could you?
Well, it is, Lord Mayor, but with respect, it's your job to keep time, and I'm assuming that you haven't. I was assuming that what my remarks were within that time, and therefore, I'm assuming you would have informed me of that. But however, I will continue. But this tirade was launched even though the previous week the EU had attempted to blockade vaccines from this part of the United Kingdom very shamefully, and very quickly then had to climb down. But Lord Mayor, look, obviously my view and the view that of my party is well known on the issues of the protocol. And what I do want to suggest is that it is vital that at this difficult time in our country, unionists of all shades should be working together, as they are in judicial reviews, as they are in the Assembly and in other places, to try and ensure that the UK government do its duty and protect the citizens of Northern Ireland and remove this protocol. I think that is what the unionist people want to see. They want unity. And I know if I look back also to October 2019, where very clearly the DUP opposed Boris Johnson's deal and ensured that we made that very clear at the time around the ambiguity and particularly issues around customs and issues around the single market and on VAT. That was our position then. Our position now is that the protocol must go and that the UK government and our Prime Minister must invoke Article 16, and I therefore would call on Council to support the same.
Thank you, Councillor Cosby. Just for your amendment, could I get a seconder? Just one of your colleagues, just have that before.
I'm content to second.
Thank you, Alderman Murtry. And then I'm going to go back to the proposer of the original motion, Councillor Nicholson, in relation to the amendment proposed by Councillor Cosby, seconded by Alderman Murtry.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I got thrown out of the meeting there for a minute. I thought maybe that was a hopefully it was a technical glitch, Lord Mayor, and it was nothing else. But I got the gist of what Councillor Cosby was saying, and obviously I have now got the amendments to the motion in front of me. It's a pity I didn't get it a bit earlier, Lord Mayor, but look, we are. I've listened with great interest there in relation to what Councillor Cosby has to say, and I suppose he's correct in what he says. Yes, there has been there's no doubt about it. Unionism from all colours and shades have come out, against the protocol. Now, as my colleague has said, some earlier than others, and that's fact. But look, I suppose in relation to the amendments, Lord Mayor, I'm generally content. They're very small. They're sort of I suppose in a way dancing ahead of a pin, apart from the last paragraph, which again is something that maybe has sort of has happened quite recently and wasn't on our motion, because our motion was in from January, as the staff are aware. So as I say, that's why it didn't include that joint legal paragraph. So I'm happy to include that, Lord Mayor. And I have to say, Lord Mayor, I welcome the DUP's now support for the Belfast Agreement, and also their U-turn in the protocol, because our party tabled a motion to bring the Assembly back early in January to discuss Article 16 and this motion about the border in the Irish Sea, and they didn't sign it. The only people that signed it was our party, Jim Allister and Jim Wells. And Councillor Cosby, he can spin or whatever he wants with facts. That is a fact, and it's been in black and white. But look, in the interest of unity in relation to this matter, Lord Mayor, I am happy to accept the amendments at this stage, and I assume, Lord Mayor, that does mean that Councillor Cosby's motion is no longer required. I'm assuming.
And just confirm that with Councillor Cosby, are you content with your amendment been accepted by the proposer, Councillor Cosby, that you're going to let your motion slide then?
Lord Mayor, pleased with the decision to accept our amendments and acknowledging that the legal bit has come in late because of the situation that has evolved over time. And again, I certainly won't get into dispute with my colleagues in the Ulster Unionist Party around this matter, because I believe we have one cause, we have one issue to deal with, and I think the unionist people want to see us work together and not carp and snipe at each other, and so I won't do that this evening.
Thank you, Councillor Cosby. Members, with a new amendment, or with a new... So, just to confirm, you're withdrawing, Councillor Cosby? Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Cosby. So, members, we have an amended motion on the floor. Does anybody need it read out, or is content that we have continued the debate? Because we're speaking to a new motion now. Everybody seems to indicate that they're fine with that. Councillor Tennyson, we've got that new motion in place, so with the amended one, so I'm going to bring you in now at this stage.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, Northern Ireland only works on the basis of sharing, cooperation and interdependence. We rely on a delicate balance of relationships with our people and businesses interacting on a north-south and an east-west basis every single day. Brexit always meant new borders and barriers to that, and those were always going to be most acutely felt here in Northern Ireland as a divided society which shares a land border with the EU. The protocol is the latest attempt to square the impossible circle of protecting the Good Friday Agreement while managing the particular challenges posed to this place by the reckless pursuit of a hard Brexit. Predictably, its implementation has been difficult. The myriad of challenges range from teething issues to more substantial and structural problems, as well as wider issues relating to the Trade and Cooperation Agreement and to Brexit itself. In short, the protocol is a symptom of the problem, not the cause. However, solutions are available. The UK has opted for full regulatory autonomy when in practice both the UK and EU maintain similar standards. This has created significant problems for the movement of goods from GB into Northern Ireland. Switzerland and even countries as far away as New Zealand have deeper levels of cooperation with the EU in this regard. That's why we need an extension of existing grace periods in order to agree a series of derogations and mitigations, including a comprehensive UK-EU veterinary agreement, SPS alignment, and a bespoke trader arrangement for supermarkets. While these solutions are both constructive and realistic, those pointing to Article 16 are merely engaged in a strategy of distraction and division, for it is a misnomer in this context. Not only have both the European Union and the UK government already ruled out ditching the protocol, doing so would merely exacerbate and displace the challenges we face, bringing more misery and uncertainty to the people of Northern Ireland. The proposers of this motion haven't articulated a single credible alternative to the protocol. If magical smart border solutions could avoid infrastructure at a 500-kilometre porous land border with over 270 crossings, why haven't those same solutions been deployed at a sea border with a half-dozen entry points? The truth is, Lord Mayor, those magical solutions simply do not exist. The protocol was far from my first preference. Alliance voted against the withdrawal agreement both at Westminster and at European Parliament, expressing our preference for other, better alternatives. Though imperfect, it is now a matter of international law and the only show left in town when it comes to avoiding a hard border on this island and protecting us here in Northern Ireland from the worst effects of Brexit. The DUP in particular tell us that there was no consent for the protocol, but there was no consent from the people of Northern Ireland for Brexit in the first place. They tell us that the protocol breaches the Good Friday Agreement, having opposed it since 1998 almost consistently. They did not speak for the people of Northern Ireland then, they did not speak for the people of Northern Ireland in 2016, and they most certainly do not speak for the people of Northern Ireland today. They have called this wrong from the start, having campaigned for Brexit, promoted Brexit and voted for Brexit, They are here tonight shedding crocodile tears at the inevitable consequences of Brexit, attempting to shift blame and absolve themselves of responsibility. The protocol came into existence as a direct consequence of the choices made by the DUP. They campaigned to leave when they should have backed Remain. They insisted on a hard Brexit when they should have backed staying in the single market and customs union. They voted down the backstop and torpedoed Theresa May's much better withdrawal agreement when they should have supported it. Every time the DUP said no, the situation got progressively worse for us here. They overplayed their hand, squandered their influence, going from kingmakers to irrelevance in the process. And Lord Mayor, I think that's evidenced quite clearly and aptly tonight by the fact that the party who once had the Prime Minister's ear and held the balance of power at Westminster has now had to resort to e-petitions and council motions in order to register their objection to an international treaty. The zero-sum politics of fear and division are what landed us in this mess in the first place. We can continue on that insular, isolationist course with unilateral action, or we can opt instead for cool heads, creativity, and cooperation. I would urge all of my colleagues to join us in the latter. In that spirit, I do want to propose a further amendment, and that is that after this council notes with concern, we would insert the impediment to trade within the UK brought about by the implementation of a hard Brexit, regrets dismissal of other better alternatives for managing challenges posed to Northern Ireland, and recognises the reasons why the protocol was sadly introduced, and agrees to write to the Prime Minister and Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, urging them to engage fully with the EU to mitigate emerging challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. We've got somebody to second your amendment.
I'll second that amendment, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lovey. Like before, Councillor Nicholson will give you some time to think of it and bring further. And members of caution, if anybody else is going to make an amendment, can you hold fire until we deal with this one? So I'll bring the next speaker and then I'll come back to Councillor Nicholson to see where we are. Okay, Councillor Mackle.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I mean, the motion contains a number of claims about hugely detrimental impacts, removing products from our supermarket shelves, putting extra pressure on struggling businesses, and creating a trade imbalance, all alarmist and largely false, as if there's some equilibrium, some fantasy trade balance between Great Britain and the North. Of course, there is no balance. Trade is a constantly shifting feast, and like most of this motion, it is an alarmist and fantastical with very little basis in reality. Armagh is one of the largest employers in our borough, an employer who is vital to the success of so many families in our area. I would rather listen and be guided by the leaders of business than the proposers of this motion when it comes to understanding the protocol and its likely impact. Armagh have said provisions within the withdrawal agreement in the form of the Northern Ireland Protocol offer a clear opportunity and commercial advantage for sponsors working with the chief marketing officers in Northern Ireland. The Northern Ireland Protocol will come into force on the 1st of January 2021. It will continue, Northern Ireland will continue to be mutually recognised both in the EU 27 and in the UK. The Northern Ireland Protocol delivers a unique advantage for Northern Ireland. Of course, even if the protocol had none of the very limited impacts that we have seen as suppliers and businesses get to grips with the new reality, the so-called teething problems, even if none of these existed, unionist members would still be opposing it. That's because they've been led by Jim Allister and the wagging tail of Market Hill and Portadown Orangevale, who have, as usual, set the path for their political lapdogs. This is not about trade balances or supermarket shelves. This is all about the constitutional neurosis of the political leadership of unionism. Every twist and turn of politics is viewed through the prism of anxiety about the position in the United Kingdom. Rather than continuing this heightened state of panic and raising fears with alarmist rhetoric, the proposers of this motion will be better to use their energies to work with the rest of us on this island to build an economy that is not dependent on handouts from London, but has the means and the drive to provide prosperity and opportunity for our children and grandchildren. The protocol is not something Sinn Féin wanted. It is a byproduct of the mad political decision by the DUP and the UK government to leave the EU. We in the North, of course, did not vote to leave the EU. And the protocol offers us the chance to retain some of the benefits of membership of the EU. Let us work as a council and as councillors with business leaders and entrepreneurs in our borough to make the most of this opportunity rather than writing to the architects of the protocol, asking them to abandon it when they have stated as lately as this evening in Westminster that they have no intention of doing that. On the 3rd of January, Arlene Foster, the leader of the party that now proposes we ditch the protocol, was on the Andrew Marr show hailing the opportunities that the protocol offered for this region. She was right, of course, and that is what we should be focusing our energies on, rather than scurrying around creating imaginary bogeymen and creating false hysteria about empty shells and unavailable garden flowers. The reality is that Brexit was born, nourished and delivered by the DUP and their English nationalist allies. The protocol is the outworkings of that DUP strategy. They were used and fooled and cast aside by the British Prime Minister Boris Johnson, and now they want us as a council to actually write to the same man, imploring them to do us a favour. Have they no shame? Have they no pride? It is time for the leaders of unionism to think of the future rather than hark back to some imaginary past they can never return to. The world is changing. The United Kingdom has decided on a course of action to turn its back on half a century of trade and economic development with our European partners and to chart its own course.
Lord Mayor, point of order 21. Time's ran out there 37 seconds ago.
Nearly done, Lord Mayor. Thankfully, they have allowed the people of the North to retain some of the benefits of EU membership. We must grab the opportunity and use it to develop our own business, develop new and better supply chains. We're an island. There are untapped potentials that partition has prevented us from realising. Now is the time to realise that potential. Forget about Boris Johnson, forget about the English Tories, and believe in our own ability to make this work for the betterment of everyone on this island. Our future is together and it is bright. We have the wind in our sails, goodwill in Brussels and Washington. Let's not squander this opportunity. As Councillor Cosby said during a debate on Brexit in 2018, everyone needs to work together to make a success of this. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mackle. Okay, Councillor Nicholson, I'm going to go back to you as a proposer of the motion. You've heard a possible amendment. I think it was sent to you possibly. Can I have your thoughts on it?
Yeah, yes, Lord Mayor, and again, I've literally just got it through there and having a look at it. But no, Lord Mayor, it wouldn't be acceptable to myself as the proposer. I'm sure it's not acceptable to my colleague as a seconder, Jill McCauley, either. As I say, it's quite rich because, as I say, my own party leader has written to all the executive parties, has yet to have a reply from the Alliance Party. So they're reaching out, wanting to solve this, but really they're not even replying to correspondence. So, Lord Mayor, no, I'll not be accepting that amendment.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nicholson. Members, I'm going to have to go to a vote then on that amendment. It was proposed and seconded, so we'll go straight to the vote. Does anybody want the amended motion read out? Or is content just know what it is? Not seeing anybody indicating they want it read out, so we all have an understanding of what it is. Okay, so we're going to vote on Councillor Tennyson's amendment. So Alderman Anderson, you support that amendment?
No.
No. Thank you, Alderman Anderson. Alderman Barr?
No, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Baxter?
Sorry, no more, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter. Councillor Barry?
No, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Burns?
No, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Cosby?
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Donnelly? I'll come back to Councillor Donnelly.
No, Mayor.
No. Councillor Duffy?
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Flaherty?
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Greenfield.
No, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkeye.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hopkin.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Keaton.
No, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Alderman Kennedy.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Larkham.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Lowry.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Macaulay.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Mackle.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McAleenan.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McLeod.
No, Lord Mayor.
Alderman McCrum.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McGill.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McElrath.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McKinstry.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McNally.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McNeil.
No, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Ridgway.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Nelson.
I'm afraid not, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Nicholson.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor O'Hanlon.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor O'Neill.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Pope.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Rankin.
No, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Spears.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Tennyson.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Tinsley.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Toman.
No, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Feibel.
No, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Wilson.
No, Lord Mayor.
Myself, no. And Deputy Lord Mayor Kay Savage.
No, Lord Mayor.
Thanks very much, members. Give us a second or two to top the stage up. Go. Okay, members, we've cut it up the votes on the proposed amendment, and there's 38 voting against it and 3 for it. So the motion remains that amended one that was in place previously. So I'm going to bring on the rest of the speakers who are in order on secretary. Councillor Hopkin, you're on next.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I'll be brief. I just wanted to comment on this. I think if there's one positive out of tonight's conversation, it's that the DUP have moved from shouting "go to the chippy" and starting to take the implications of Brexit a little bit more serious. I think it's worth pointing out, and has done by Councillor Mackle before me, that Brexit was indeed, and Councillor Tennyson, Brexit was rejected by the people of the North overwhelmingly. But we are where we are, and we have to accept that. The reality is there are huge opportunities for businesses and for our people with this protocol. Yes, there are problems, but these problems need fixed by working together. Creating drama to placate anger within the unionist community because of poor leadership is not the way forward. I believe once this stunt has been finished and done with, I think there are going to be opportunities for this council and for all of us to look at ways we can improve the lives of the people we are sent to represent. So thank you, Lord Mayor, for letting me in, but I will not be supporting this motion tonight.
Councillor Hopkin. Councillor Barry, you're next.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and could I welcome this motion tonight, and I fully support the motion and the amendment. I'm glad that the two unionist parties actually have reached agreement in relation to this, and we now have a very good detailed motion which hopefully when passed will be sending a very clear message to Her Majesty's government and indeed to the EU diktats in relation to our view in the ABC area. This is not about Brexit. And I know nationalism tonight have tried to sort of claim that this is all about Brexit tonight. We've been there, we've done that. The people have voted. And indeed, the upper band constituency, namely majority, voted for Brexit. But the whole of the United Kingdom voted to leave the EU. And it's about the protocol now. And it clearly has been a case that we, under this protocol, have been treated differently to the rest of the United Kingdom in Great Britain. And I do believe that the full blame lies totally at the hands of those within Sinn Féin, SDLP and the Alliance Party who threatened the peace process and threatened that it would be a threat to the peace process and the Belfast Agreement, and they waved around Brussels and around America and around the United Kingdom government, threatening that this would not be acceptable if something was not done. So the sole blame and the whole blame lies at the door of pan-nationalism. And thanks to them, we now have the protocol and the implications that comes with it. Economically and constitutionally, it is bad for Northern Ireland, and especially on both of those points. And, you know, we have here the likes of Stephen Farry, the Alliance Member of Parliament. He's talking up the benefits of accepting laws from the EU, which he cannot even vote against. What reckless strategy that is from even one of our members of Parliament. And that's the type of people that are going over to Parliament on our behalf. Clearly, we demand that this protocol is removed, and I welcome this motion in relation to, first of all, the safeguard of the measures for a period of time to we try to encourage and try to make our views known. Obviously, the abandonment of the NI protocol and then putting in a workable system and workable solutions, which there have been many, many discussions over recent months and years, as soon as we had heard that we could be treated differently. So I'm glad to support this motion tonight. I believe it's vitally important, and I am glad that the people actually have spoken and people have started to raise their concerns democratically in those ways. And I'm glad that there are those unionists in the Assembly who have stopped implementing the protocol through the various regulations at committee stage, which will also be sending a clear message to Her Majesty's government and to the EU that unionism has had enough in relation to this matter. And even over recent days, the legal challenge which has now been submitted, I trust that that will be successful, and that all the unionist parties who now support will clearly also send a message to our Her Majesty's government that we are not prepared to sit by and allow this to happen. As unionism, the peace process does not work one way. And when you hear pan-nationalism waving their sledgehammers on the border, knocking down their imitation walls, namely Sinn Féin, their PR stunts, they all know about PR stunts. We've seen them to our own detriment. Clearly that was trying to show a message that the peace process was under threat. But the peace process is not one way. It's a two-way system, and everybody must be involved and everybody must be included. So at a particular time within our country, there is serious concerns out there. There is serious pressures out there. There are issues that we have to get round in those ways, and that's why unionism is showing the lead in challenging this legally, which I believe is the right thing to do. But I believe this motion tonight is also sending a clear message, if approved and if voted on, that we in this part of Northern Ireland do not accept the protocol, and that we are calling upon the Prime Minister to immediately demolish it and abandon it and put in a better solution for the people of this area, economically and constitutionally, for the days, weeks and months that lie ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barry. Next indicated to speak is Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, just totally disagree with Councillor Barry. This all harks back to the Conservative DUP agreement of 2017, and one of their shared priorities was a successful exit from the European Union. Well, they've got what they want. They've got their wishes against the majority of the people of the North. Now, Arlene Foster, the First Minister, on an interview with a Peston show, said if one of the communities, the largest community, i.e. the Protestant community, rejects something, it should be of concern to the London and Dublin governments. The DUP and the Ulster Unionist Party didn't didn't listen to the concerns of the majority here after the Brexit vote, and now they are trying to make mountains out of molehills. Lord Mayor, the border is where the border has always been between Britain and Ireland. It's in the middle of the Irish Sea, and that's where it's going to stay.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Next indicated to speak is Councillor O'Hanlon.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And to be honest, for a while, I didn't know if I was on ABC Council or indeed is it Hartworth Council and Parish Council in England. The only thing that I was trying to find out is who was Jackie Weaver amongst the bunch. I'm glad to see that unionism. I'm glad to see unionism has come together, at least on paper, for a while anyway, because 12 hours ago they were united. Then they got the two motions on the table. They started cutting the typewriter of each other, and then thought, right, hold on here, we need to start rowing back from this. I suppose disappointed but not surprised in the motion tonight and the manner in which the debate has gone. But let's be clear, the protocol has always been said that the protocol is not perfect, but it is necessary to protect our economy and the society here from the worst of Brexit. Brexit itself is the problem. It has always been about creating borders, and by nature, Brexit creates obstacles to trade that were previously weren't there. That's the entire point of the Brexit project, one which was opposed by the majority of the people on this island and in the north, but it was cheerled by the DUP, the TUV, and of course people before profit. All of the disruptions mentioned here tonight in the debate have been created by Brexit. But I think some of the examples that we can see, for example, Councillor Macaulay refers to the car dealers. That has been resolved, and it isn't just car dealers coming from north-south, it's cars coming east-west, and that's where a lot of the issues were. But that has been resolved through dialogue and through working with others. But I think it's also important that we remind some around the table of the comments that were made not that long ago. As in 4 years ago tomorrow, Nelson McCausland is on record in the Belfast Telegraph as saying that that the price of Brexit, whatever it will be worth it. And then not that long ago, our First Minister, the leader of the DUP, said that she sees the protocol as a gateway of opportunity. You know, so I don't know who Councillor Cosby refers to whenever he says that the DUP were always opposed to this, because he needs to speak till his party leader. And then if we listen to the debate on the radio this morning, it's clear to see who's leading this debate. It's Jim Allister, it's Kate Hoey. It is not the leader of unionism in Arlene Foster. It is not the leader of the Ulster Unionist in Steve Aitken. This will be settled in the courts. It will be thrown out of the courts, the challenge that is there. It is madness. Business out there is looking for certainty. And whenever they look to leaders, be they local, regional, or national, they want to see people leading positively, not scrambling to point fingers at blame and to try and distract people in this forum tonight instead of getting on with and trying to resolve it. The SDLP will be opposing the amended motion tonight.
Thank you, Councillor O'Hanlon. Councillor Catherine Nelson is the next one's indicated to speak.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I have to say, when Councillor Barry was speaking there, I had to look up just to see had Jim Allister infiltrated our meeting. Members, it won't come as a surprise that I, along with my party, won't be supporting the amended motion tonight. I actually think that one of the most unforgivable aspects of this campaign is the attempt by some of those within unionist parties to paint this as a green-orange issue and to exploit this scenario to paint nationalists and Republicans as the nemesis of our PUL neighbours. The majority of nationalists and Republicans didn't want Brexit, and by default, members, We also did not want a border nor a protocol. Yet the DUP, and indeed some within the UUP, hell bent on bolstering their English nationalism, knowingly led their own voters to this scenario, promoting Brexit, knowing all too well the consequences, and now scrambling around aimlessly, members trying to find someone else to blame. The best way forward now is to unite this island. Successive British governments, time and time again, have abandoned unionists here. The issue of the protocol, folks, will be no different. And let's be honest, the DUP don't have a great track record with these sorts of campaigns. We only have to look as far back as the 1980s and the 1990s, the Anglo-Irish and the Good Friday Agreements, to see how their never, never, never campaigns went. The British government didn't listen then, and they certainly won't listen now. But the DUP will never learn. And tonight propose we write, cap in hand, to one of the authors and key guarantors of the protocol, Lord Mayor. If it wasn't so serious, it would be laughable. So let's stop the theatrics and the soundbites and work together through the issues this DUP and UUP champion Brexit has created. And let's seriously explore the idea of a united Ireland, whereby we can assure unionism that they will have a real and proper seat at the table.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Next speaker is Councillor Hawkey.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just making sure I'm off mute, I always forget. I, like my party colleagues, will not be supporting this motion. The blame on any issues in supply chains falls on the British government alone and their lack of preparedness for the Brexit deadline, and for leaving their decisions to the last minute, as has been a habit of theirs in the Brexit negotiations. This motion also fails to recognise that a lot of east-west trade is underpinned by north-south supply chains, which without access to the north trade could suffer more significantly than this sea border that unionism speaks of. The implementation of the protocol is to further and strengthen trade links across Europe, and not to decrease our trade opportunities to the UK alone, or to force us to seek other trade agreements outside of that if the EU market was inaccessible to us here. I also see no reference in this motion as to actually working with the UK government to devise a solution to the border that is actually damaging our economy, which surprised me, as a senior member of the DUP stated recently that an internal border that separates one part of the country from another is unacceptable and damaging to the economy. I thought it would have been high on the agenda. I'm happy to advise that a border poll resulting in a new and united Ireland is the best solution for improving our economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkey. And next up, Alderman Wilson.
Yep, thanks very much, Lord Mayor. And I suppose one thing that does strike me about this is there seems to be a divide in the commentary here, and I don't mean along the usual party political lines, but to me it seems to be along representational lines, because it's quite clear those speaking against the motion are obviously not being contacted by business people who are at the sharp end of the delays. They're at the sharp end of the upheaval and the disruption, the cost, the inconvenience, and the lack of real solutions to this issue, because those people are in touch with me, taking a number of calls from people, hauliers who are having great difficulty in what is, let's be very clear about this is a grace period. So my interpretation of that is this is a period of time where the rules perhaps aren't being administered as robustly as they may well be in another couple of months' time. So that's worth putting on record, and the level of concern out there is growing, and I would very much suggest that once business people start contacting the other parties, the tune may well change in that regard, and only then, I assume, we will have a more joined up approach party on a cross-party basis against the protocol, because it certainly isn't conducive to essential business being able to operate in any sort of fashion that is economically viable in the longer term. And that's a huge issue. Of issues where ferry companies are reducing services, they're moving services, hauliers are having limited choice in that regard. People with abnormal loads are being disenfranchised in many ways. Their choices for getting product moved around the world is becoming more limited. That is not a good situation, and that is all down to the protocol. And it is only right and proper, as we have seen with the vaccination story, where Article 16 was only too ready to be triggered, and that, and indeed it was triggered and then pulled back from the brink, so to speak. So it doesn't sit very well with me that we have a council here that isn't prepared to put their weight behind this issue and address what is, well, it transcends politics, really. It's about economic stability for Northern Ireland going forward. And whilst I voted for Brexit, I didn't vote for the situation we have now, where there's a complete regulatory divergence between Northern Ireland and our biggest market, which is the rest of the United Kingdom. That issue needs to be addressed. As has been said, it's our biggest market, it's our most important market, and indeed, if other parties were being genuine about it, they would suggest that over the border there are similar issues and significant issues, and those have been talked about by parties in the south, and those issues, I'm sure, will also unfortunately escalate as grace periods come to an end. So there is a job of work to be done here, and I'm ready to put my weight behind it in that regard and seek a better solution, one that respects the overwhelming majority of people who voted for Brexit on a UK-wide basis, but overwhelmingly voted or rejected a situation where there would be such a divergence. And the Article 16 or the protocol issue has dealt the blow in that regard, and that is why we state uncategorically that we deal with Article 16 in that way and deal with the protocol and restore the balance to business in this regard. So that's my contribution.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Next speaker is Councillor Keating.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I do have a big degree of sympathy for the many thousands of unionists who voted against Brexit and who foresaw some of the difficulties that it would entail. But for those who voted for Brexit, the old adage of be very, very careful of what you wish for. And it does beg the rhetorical question, what did you think was going to happen? I'm disappointed that the proposer of the initial motion here allowed the DUP amendment and allowed them in under the bigger umbrella. I think their current tactics in that regard are a sleight of hand trick to seek to build unionist unity against the latest pan-national smoky bogeyman in its manifestation as a trading protocol. This is to try and avoid the painful scrutiny of their own central role in delivering Brexit, which will likely be detrimental to everyone, European, British and Irish. And we heard there a few moments ago, Councillor O'Hanlon reminding us of the Right Honourable Mr Nelson's comments, Nels McConnell's comments about the price of Brexit would be worth paying. Maybe go back and ask him if that remains his opinion. In terms of the wording of the motion amended as it is, hugely detrimental impact to supply chains, creating obstacles to trade, removing products from supermarket shelves, creating a trade imbalance between here and GB. These are very emotive and hyperbolic statements drafted by Councillor Nicholson's own admission in January, just a few days, literally a few days after the beginning of this new trading landscape. Hopefully, in the fullness of time, we'll be able to assess the empirical data and see what the reality of this situation is. At the moment, we have anecdotal stories of gloom and doom. The reality is we are less than 60 days into new arrangements which are seeking to replace seamless economic integration that was built up over 60 years. The ethos of this motion tries to give it some context and grounding in an economic and business consideration in order to try and give some leverage as a genuine concern. It's not. This is a knee-jerk reaction based on unfounded notions that this protocol somehow undermines the constitutional status of the North. I wish it did, but unfortunately, the reality is it doesn't. The principle of consent remains enshrined and is in superseding legislation. Article 1 of the protocol unambiguously sets out, the protocol is without prejudice to the provisions of the 1998 agreement in respect of the constitutional status and the principle of consent, which provides that any change in the status can only be made with the consent of the majority of its people. So I just don't see at all this argument that this somehow dilutes or erodes the constitutional position. Further, the proposal of the motions ask that the UK government immediately apply safeguarding measures I, for one, would certainly like to hear what these safeguarding measures are that the proposers have in mind. The motion further proposes that the EU and the UK government abandon the trade protocol. I would ask the proposer to please set out for the rest of us what exactly they would like to see developed in its place. Can the proposer describe what they would like to see? Can they set out their vision of what a trade, cooperation and regulatory landscape that they would like to see if this enabling framework created by the protocol was abandoned as they would like to see? Furthermore, in real and practical terms, how do they envisage that may play out? Do they think that the UK government and the EU negotiators, who have spent the better part of the last 5 years in arduous, protracted negotiations to hammer out a deal, which both of those respective parties then eventually sold to their respective legislatures, do they think that those parties will just tear up the current agreement and start over again? And in whose mind would restarting that process over again be a good idea? What local businesses would welcome all of the uncertainty and upheaval again for the next 5 years? What economic positives would there be for the North, for the island of Ireland, for the UK, or for the EU in going back to that painful drawing board? And more significantly, what is the likelihood that they would come up with anything different to address the
Point of order, Lord Mayor. Point of order 21. We're going over time again.
I'll let Councillor Keating just finish like I did everybody else. So Councillor Keating, could you finish, sir?
Very close now to the end, yeah. Aside from a few notable and highly publicised issues in the new year, which, to be fair, even then seem to be largely operational difficulties, we haven't seen or heard of these huge volumes of issues that local businesses and consumers or businesses are experiencing that are being professed by some of the proposers here. And a contradictory analysis coming from most of the well-informed groups such as Invest NI, Manufacturing NI and Intertrade Ireland, most of them see the potential for positives from the protocol. A protocol which guarantees unfettered access to both the British and European markets. That being the case, I've absolutely no doubt that the economic trade and bare food shelves concerns which oppose this motion are seeking to use to give it an economic foundation are greatly exaggerated, if not wholly misleading. So I certainly would advise that Brexit was always going to be a huge banana skin for trade and commerce in this region and potentially damage many, however it worked out or whatever the implications would be. And there wasn't a second thought spared for those businesses when the money was rolling in for some groups, when they were proposing to front up expensive advertising campaigns to persuade the electorate of the sunny uplands of Brexit. We have no interest in trying to sell the protocol. The optimum solution to trade, commerce and business life in this island is far from the protocol. It's rejoining the EU as a prosperous and vibrant part of an all-island economy, and that represents the best long-term socio-economic solution to Brexit. But in the meantime, and in the absence of other credible arrangements at this juncture to replace the protocol, we have to try and make the best of it. Article 16 and whatever other potential issues that you want to bring forward proposals on will be considered on the merits. But at the moment, most businesses are trying to exploit and find the potential benefits of having unfettered access to GB and EU markets. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Councillor Keating. I want to bring in Councillor McNally at that stage.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I wasn't actually going to speak this evening, but, you know, after hearing some of the comments, especially from unionism, you know, I thought I just had to say a few words. So, look, I really can't believe what I've heard from unionism.
Thanks to Conley House.
Pardon?
I can continue, Councillor McNally.
Right. So, my party actually, Lord Mayor, submitted, it was actually yourself, in 2018, submitted a motion to this chamber. We had concerns about protecting SMEs, the agri-food sector, indeed all sectors that we thought was maybe in danger of Brexit throughout the negotiations. We were looking to stand up for them. So we brought forward a motion to this chamber seeking cross-party support to stand up for small and medium businesses. And I got to say, the following councillors, Mr. Chairman, did not vote for that motion. Councillor Flaherty, Councillor Bournes, Councillor McCrum, Councillor Rankin, Councillor Spears, Councillor Twyble, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Barr, Councillor Baxter, Councillor Barry, Councillor Cosby, Greenway, Candy, Nicholson and Tinsley. So I just want to ask unionism, you know, why now? Why do you want to betray yourselves as saviours of the local businesses now? You know, everyone can see through your farcical antics
Market Hill, Portadown,
Yes,
Lurgan,
and
all those places are hopefully up with IRA.
Councillor Barry, it is farcical. Your history is there to be seen on this
history's
particular
there to be
issue.
seen. If you blew Market Hill to pieces, Portadown, Lurgan to pieces.
I did
Can we
not
not
talk
take
over
any
you.
lecture
And
from
I tell
Sinn
you
Féin
something else.
about the economy?
I tell you something else, and I will say this now, loud and clear for all the unionist people. Councillor Barry
Point of order,
betrays
Lord Mayor.
that no,
I
just
Councillor Greenfield, not Councillor Greenaway. Don't want it on record. Point of order, it was Councillor
I won't
Greenfield.
say anything bad. Councillor Barry is a nice fella, and he butts on an act here from time to time that he's a hardliner, and when the opposite is probably true. He's a nice fella, and we don't buy into his act, and I don't think the unionist community should either. Thank you.
Councillor McNally. Councillor Greenfield, you raised the point of order there. Do you want to come back?
Yeah, my name is Councillor Greenfield, and Councillor McNally was getting a wee bit excited there, and he said Councillor Greenaway. So just for the record, it's Councillor Greenfield. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Greenfield. Members,
please.
Councillor McNally finished. Councillor Toman, you're looking at the stage.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Yes, I've just been listening to the commentary, and I just want to say a few brief comments myself. The protocol itself is necessary because of the hard Brexit the unionist parties supported. Yes, the protocol poses challenges to trade. There's no doubt about that. But what other workable solutions or alternatives do we have? The spirit of power sharing is what is needed right now, working in partnership to deal with these problems. And we in the SDLP are focused on the future, and we all should be working very hard with businesses to iron out those wrinkles that they face. That is what we all should be doing as political representatives and leaders, to bring economic opportunity and prosperity, not to sustain the uncertainty of the last 5 years. That's no solution at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Toman. Councillor Baxter, you're next.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And listen, I'm going to be very brief because Conley House has been very busy today, and nearly every Sinn Féin councillor's got a speech from them to read out there. So I'm going to be very brief because of the lateness of the hour. It has to be remembered, Sinn Féin's approach in this is just driven from an anti-British perspective. Sinn Féin were a pro-Brexit, anti-EU party for many years until it suited their agenda to Brit bash. So I'll not take any lectures on Brexit or anything to do with that from Sinn Féin. They were opposed to every European treaty, vehemently opposed to the Lisbon Treaty as well. They were anti-EU until it suited their anti-Brit or their Brit bashing agenda to go anti-Brexit. It's clear for everyone to see. It's pathetic.
Yeah, I'm now going to invite Councillor Nicholson to wind on the motion. If that's okay, Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, I think so, Lord Mayor, and obviously we've had a spirited debate, and if I didn't know where people were before, I do know where they are now. But look, it was always going to be, like, I didn't want this to become a Brexit debate, or a green and orange issue. Like, it genuinely, as a party, we like, I don't know what it was said earlier on, we're getting contact with businesses day and daily that this isn't working. And like, as I say, we held a Zoom call with 60 businesses from the ABC area and beyond, and from all parts of society. And they are having issues, guys. And you don't open your eyes and realize that this isn't working, we're going to be in a bigger problem down the line, because we are in the middle. We have got derogations at the minute. They're due to end at the end of this month, and this is the tip of the iceberg. So look, I am disappointed the way it's gone. I do urge members to read our paper, because there's been talk tonight there's no other solutions. I think the leader of the SDLP was quoted on The View or on one of the politics show. He said he actually had read them and he saw it possibly as a workable way forward. So there is things out there, guys, that there is alternatives which works for everybody with no borders, north, south, east or west, because the bottom line is we need frictionless trade. And we did talk about having the best of both worlds, but how do you have the best of both worlds when your biggest economic market is blocked to you through this protocol? So look, Lord Mayor, I appreciate it was a difficult one for yourself, and we've got through it. And as I say, I'm happy. I'm assuming, Lord Mayor, that the motion has got the support tonight. I wish it had got some more support from others, but look, that's where we are, Lord Mayor. But again, thank you for your allowing this motion to be heard. And as I say, I urge people that once again have a look at the Ulster Unionist Party's proposals, and maybe we can find a solution within it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nicholson, for weighing on the motion there. Members, we have the motion before, so I'm going to ask the question. Are we agreed?
No.
No.
No, Lord Mayor.
So we're not agreed, members. We will go to a vote. So we will.
Recorded, please.
Recorded vote has been requested. Does anybody want the Chief Executive to read the motion, or is content? No, I'll take your sense.
I think we know.
That's okay. I just wanted to double check, members. Okay, so this is just a vote on supporting the amended motion. So I'll go through all the members as they appear in the list. Alderman Austin, do you support the motion as is?
Yes, in favour, Lord Mayor.
Thanks. Alderman Barr?
Yes, in favour, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Baxter?
Yes.
Councillor Barry?
Yes.
Alderman Burns?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cosby?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Donnelly? Councillor Donnelly. Come back to Councillor Donnelly. Yeah. Councillor Duffy?
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Flaherty?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Greenfield?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hockey?
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hopkin?
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Keaton?
No, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Alderman Kennedy?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Larkham?
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Lavery?
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Macaulay?
Happy to support, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Mackle? Councillor Mackle there. I'll come back to Councillor Mackle. Is there? Councillor Mackle, can you hear us?
Sorry, no, Lord Mayor, the mute wouldn't work. No.
Councillor McLennan?
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McLeod?
Yes, Lord Mayor, in favour.
Alderman Crum?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Okay. I'm just going to go back to Councillor Donnelly before we move on to the other side of the list. Councillor Donnelly, are you there?
Yeah, no, Mayor.
No. Councillor McGill?
No, Mayor.
Councillor McElrath?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McKinstry?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McNally?
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McNeil?
No, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Ridgway? Alderman Ridgway. I'll come back to Alderman Ridgway. I can't see him on the screen, folks, so we'll come back to him. Councillor Nelson?
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor O'Hanlon?
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor O'Neill?
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Pope?
No, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Rankin?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Spears?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Tennyson?
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Tinsley?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Toman?
No, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Tribal?
It's happy to support, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Wilson?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
And myself, no. Deputy Lord Mayor?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Yeah, I'll go back to Alderman Ridgway. Can you hear us?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Ridgway. Folks, give us a wee minute to count these up and we'll get back to you. Okay, members, the results are in, and it's yes for the motion is 22, against 19, and because it's a recorded vote, members, I'll have to read how everybody voted. So bear with me. Alderman Anderson, yes. Alderman Barr, yes. Councillor Baxter, yes. Councillor Barry, yes. Alderman Burns, yes. Councillor Cosby, yes. Councillor Donnelly, no. Councillor Duffy, no. Councillor Flaherty, yes. Councillor Greenfield, yes. Councillor Hocking, no. Councillor Hocking, no. Councillor Keaton, no. Alderman Kennedy, yes. Councillor Larkham, no. Councillor Lavery, no. Councillor McCauley, yes. Councillor Macklin, no. Councillor Macklin, no. Councillor McClellan, yes. Alderman McCrum, yes. Councillor McGeown, no. Councillor McElrath, yes. Councillor McKinstry, yes. Councillor McNally, no. Councillor McNeil, no. Alderman Moutre, yes. Councillor Nelson, no. Councillor Nicholson, yes. Councillor Holland, no. Councillor O'Neill, no. Councillor Pope, no. Alderman Rankin, yes. Alderman Spears, yes. Councillor Tennyson, no. Councillor Tinsley, yes. Councillor Tobin, no. Alderman Twybo, yes. Alderman Wilson, yes. Myself, no. And Deputy Lord Mayor, yes. So that notice of motion is carried, members. As Councillor Cosby had indicated, his motion is withdrawn. So members, I'm going to move on to confidential business. So could I get a proposer seconder to go into confidential business?
Happy to propose, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McClellan, Alderman Spears. Thank you, Alderman Spears. So, folks, members and online viewers, in accordance with Schedule 6 of the Local Government Act, we will now be moving into a confidential session of the Council. This means that we'll be turning off the feed of the meeting, and this will be returned when the meeting has restarted. So, Colin, can you confirm to me when we're not online? Let's head on now. Well, thank you, Alderman Vitria. Who seconded it there?
I'll second Baxter.
Mr. Baxter. So I'm just going to call on to turn AT feedback on. Yep. Members, it's a very late hour and Councillor Hanlon has promised me he'll be very, very brief with his AOP. So Councillor Hanlon, I'd be very disappointed if you're anything other than very brief with them. So if you want to take your items there, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I do appreciate the lateness of the hour. I have 3 items and I've all done in 60 seconds. First things first is litter on our roadside. Our staff have been redeployed and have been doing work in towns and villages, and they've been doing a fantastic job, but the litter on roadsides is absolutely terrible. I have spoken to the director and have asked that if a report can be brought to the Environmental Services Committee this month as to how it's tackled. I've reached out to the chair of a committee and asked that that's open to all members to attend. So in the hope that a report would be tabled as to how we can tackle that. Secondly, I suppose it's interlinked is in relation to edge of town footpath cleaning. And some have actually become so overgrown that I know I witnessed it with my own 2 eyes yesterday, where a mother stepped down off a path with a pram and onto a main busy road because she couldn't get past the muck and dirt and gutters. Now, I know there's an issue between ourselves and TNA, so I'd ask that we write to TNA in relation to that issue and that a report is brought back in due course. Finally, Lord Mayor, Minister for Finance has announced a proposal in relation to Connect 2 about the redeployment of civil service jobs out of Belfast. They have opted for Lurgan and they have missed out Armagh City. Or sorry, they've opted for Craigavon, but have missed out Armagh City. They've missed out Banbridge, and I think that's not acceptable. I'd be grateful if a report could be brought to the Economic Development Committee this month as to how we can engage with the department and deal with it. But as someone who is from Armagh, I think the city has been sidelined by the minister, and I know colleagues from across other areas would think the same. So I would ask that that be brought to the Economic Development Committee in due course. That's my 3 items. Mayor, thank you.
You're 1 minute and 37 seconds over your time there.
I don't know, all right.
Okay. Members, we're broadly content with that. There's 2 speakers, Councillor Flaherty and Councillor Mel. I'll bring them in briefly. Councillor Flaherty, it's not a different item, is it?
No, it's not a different item, and I will be brief. Just had to concur there with Councillor O'Hanlon. I've been contacted just even today by a number of people who are driving about the borough. I have to say, I was out today myself. I was bringing somebody to the test centre at the SLLC, and the roads around Craig, it's dreadful. I don't know what it really is. It just looks so bad at the minute, and people complaining. And I know this has been going on ad infinitum. I remember, as a member of Environmental Services, sitting on working groups with a number of members over the summer, a couple of years ago, about this very issue. So happy to bring that forward. With regards to the hubs for the department, I can tell you, I feel the same, Councillor O'Hanlon, but I've already been on with the department and I've highlighted my area and where would be suitable in my area. So I look forward to Sue Gray coming down and having a look with me. So I would suggest somebody just get on the ball and do the same thing. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Merrill.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll be brief. It's just that Councillor O'Hanlon had mentioned the TNI and possibly writing to TNI about the state of the paths and the roads and the way in their towns and villages. I would concur with that, but also suggest that we write to the sponsoring minister, Department of Infrastructure, just about this problem, because it's an ongoing problem and, you know, it really, really needs addressed and the minister needs to take action on it.
No issue. Happy enough.
Yeah. And finally, with Councillor Hockey is looking in. So, Councillor Hockey.
Thank you. I was just coming in to second Councillor Michael, but Councillor O'Hanlon's happy enough. Just glad to hear more discussion about litter on our roads. It's no secret that it's a huge issue, and I'm glad that it's going to be addressed. Been working on it quite a bit in Cusher with local litter picks and different things. So, if our councillors, we all know that the council depot in Armagh and other areas lends out litter pickers and stuff. So if you can even encourage your constituents to make use of those throughout this time, it's a great asset to have. And just on the hubs as well, I've already written to the Chief Executive. He's happy to work with Minister Conor Murphy to look at other options for hubs in the borough. There's absolutely nowhere that's going to be ruled out. So he has asked for engagement and is happy to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hawley. Just on fair point tonight, members, as a civil servant who's worked in Belfast for 22 years, getting the train down, I will happily work in Banbridge, preferably, but I'd also go to Craigavon. So, but members, thank you for your.
We'll take you in Armagh.
Draw the line at Armagh, yeah.
If you drive me over, Councillor O'Hanlon, I'd certainly go there.
Get the train. No problem.
Get the train to Armagh with a new line.
It's so, a good evening, and hopefully I'll see you all again next month. Okay, members, good evening.
Thank you.
Good evening.